I've been talking this whole time. Hello? Oh no. I gotta make sure the audio's working now. No one said I wasn't talking. Yeah, normally, I can never shut up normally. Braun, we lost our private league. You have to reapply. Grinding Gear Games let us know that they could not change the timing on the private league. And instead of waiting and asking him if I'd like to cancel the current one, they just canceled it without asking. So we did lose the name Only Flops, which is a little disappointing. And we had to do Only Flops, but with 2 Ps now. And everyone got refunded that submitted any donation. I posted it in the chat, but I can... Here, I'll repost it one more time. That's so funny, literally no one. Oh, Sarah, thank you! Thank you so much! Both a follow and a sub. Thanks a ton. It's funny, you just followed like an hour ago. Okay. Let me make sure that I get you 2 in. Oh, I see, Zareth. I was like, I'm pretty sure I've seen you. I know you. Yeah, Kevin, welcome. We'll be having our class of Exile today. Sorry that it's taking a second to get started, guys. I need to set my art tablet real fast, and I won't lie, I was trying to shove food in my face really quickly before stream. Okay, let me get my tablet plugged in. Ohio, Denoi. Oh, I'm happy that you've been looking forward to it. What if I just hadn't streamed? You'd be ruined. I'm glad that I wasn't too late. Let's get a floppy in here. Teacher Floppy has arrived, chat. Professor Flop, even. You know, guys, I'm a bit worried about our goal down here. I should have given it more time. We only have another like 15 days to get over 100 subs, and I feel like that's a little ambitious. So I'm hoping that if I can get the video done in the next couple days, it can at least help boost that. We're missing Fatal and his surprise like 80 subscribers. Alright. Let me know, is the music too loud? Is anything too much right now on the stream? For the sake of my own sanity, I'm turning the music down just a tiny bit on my end, and then back up on your guys's. There we go. That should be mostly about the same volume for you guys. Here, let's get to the louder part of the song. My videos are part of the reason you got into PoE in the first place. Crafting feels so overwhelming. That's awesome. Yeah, my crafting guide, I've said this many times to people, excuse me, I'm so gross. Sorry, I just drank a lot of water. Anyways, my crafting guide is my favorite one that I've made. Oh. Yeah, no, that one I'm very happy with. My current guide I'm working on right now should hopefully be out in the next few days. God, hopefully. I'm like... Chat... We come in here, go all the way here. Like... Oh, I did not expect that to cut off the music. But yeah, no. Here, I'll mute the audio so you guys will have to wait in anticipation. But like, just doing visual effects like this take a surprisingly long amount of time. And like, it feels like it shouldn't, but it does. Like, I was working on editing for about 14 hours straight yesterday. And I'm exhausted. I'm so exhausted, and we're still not done with the video. I'm gonna be real, chat. We're like half done on the video.
Ugh, new roots.
It's gonna take so long. Oh god. Yeah. And then this one took like a couple hours to get this effect, right? I'm very happy with how it turned out, though. Yeah, it's good, though, right? Yeah. You guys getting an early sneak peek preview of Miles Swee's latest upload. Yeah. Anyways. I had to share it because I literally didn't do anything yesterday except for this. I woke up, I made breakfast, and then I worked on the video for 14 hours straight and stopped only to use the restroom and grab like a snack at one point. I don't think I ate lunch or anything. It was grueling. And then I went to bed. Yep, Denoi, it is an endgame guide. But I posted this in the Discord. I spent on Monday about 4 to 6 hours recording content, like gameplay content, for all the scenes I needed in the video. And almost all the content came out looking like this, where it's like, oh, it's totally fine, it's serviceable, like, hey, it's working. And then for some reason, it just lags into this unrecognizable mess. It's just completely, like, 3-5 frames per second, just everything is frozen for the most part whenever anything starts happening on screen. Every single recording was like this, so most of my recordings are slideshows, and so I can't use them. And so I had to go and re-record a couple of gameplay clips and like change some of my settings, and that was so annoying. Alright, anyways. Let's get the music back in here, because I don't like it being completely silent. It's weird. I just wanted to show off. I want you guys to know that I'm not working on it. Okay. Do meow 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 meow. Kaladin, can you not walk directly onto my art tablet? Mwah. Get off the art tablet. Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm getting YouTube chat. I am getting YouTube chat. And Braun and Oopsgen, let me get both of you guys into the thing. User not specified in Plexity. I will have to double check to make sure you guys are both in the guild, but Plexity, your name sounds familiar, and user not specified, I think so as well. Yeah, my cat loves to help by walking all over my desk while I'm trying to do stuff. Sorry, I have to reply to a message real fast. It is important. Okay, I'll be a real. Kaladin's camera has arrived. I just didn't want to get it set up yet because I arrived last night and I woke up today and I was like, oh god, I don't want to crawl under my desk to like plug it into the PC right now and then troubleshoot it before stream. Hello, Uni. Uni, I think? Uni? Yes, Kaladin is he's named off of Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archives. Here, for those who have not seen Kaladin, because it's very important that everyone sees Kaladin. There we go. Here, let me... Oh, wait, nope, that's floppy. Wait, I can't control Z floppy back into place? That's so weird. There we go. I love my stupid cat. He's so dumb. Nice. Kanook. Canuck. Anna, hey, what's up? Okay. Let's get going with today's class will be a little bit off the rip or off the riff because it's kind of a more vibes based experience, but I'm still going to walk you through some of the steps that I like to follow when I'm making a new class or a new character build. So we do not have a quiz today. That is the one good and bad news for anyone that was looking forward to taking the quiz. I'm sorry. I could throw one together after stream, but it takes about an hour to make a quiz. Yeah, Kaladin's so good and stupid. I hope Twitch doesn't get mad at me for having YouTube chat up, but you know what? Otherwise, I can't read chat. Meow, meow, meow. Okay. We'll say making your own build. Your own builds. Making your own builds. Hello, Rafiki. Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you again, Braun. I appreciate it. Also, chat, I am going to quickly, even though we won't be playing it, I'm going to launch Path of Exile 2 just so we have it as a reference up, because it will make it a lot easier. This is more applicable to PoE, but I can speak, right? But no, it's more a PoE guide, but it should work within PoE1. But this is kind of like how I go about making a build. This guide is more for people that have a bit of experience within the game. New players, it might go over the head of because you're still kind of figuring out the game and learning the basics. And if you don't even know what skills you have as an option, you're going to have a lot of trouble, picking how to make a build around them. Okay. So we're going to break this down into the steps that I typically kind of go with when I'm making my own build. This is not a direct formula, but these are kind of the mental notes that I take myself. So we're going to go with step 1. And I'm going to call this find your base. Find a base. So, what does a base mean within this concept or context? A base is going to be basically, here, we'll say base. A concept or mechanic with my slow ass writing that your build will center around. So, exactly, Uni. Hell yeah. Where to start? Killer Canuck, if you haven't put any skills in the passive tree, but you've watched my crafting guide, that's crazy because they're so far apart from each other. I would say just aim for damage early on the passive tree. You usually don't have to spec into defense until much later. But besides just getting some early damage, zoom in. That's like my number one tip. I say it in my beginner's guide too. Just focus on small sections at a time. Don't worry about everything, because you don't have to worry about 95% of the choices during your playthrough. Just zoom in and only focus on what is adjacent to your current position. Okay, so a base. A base is a concept or mechanic that your build will center around. So, what are some examples of bases? We'll say examples. You can have a an aesthetic be your base. I do this all the time. An aesthetic. So by aesthetic, I mean like, for example, Poison Archer is an aesthetic. Or it could be, um, something like what would be like? This is how I got my Stormweaver build. A Storm Mancer. I really wanted to just make a build where I summoned a bunch of storms, and that's why I got our Elemental Tempest Stormweaver. Or it could be a, I don't know. What would be like a Death Knight, right? A Death Knight would be another good example, right? It's basically you're thinking of the mental concept for what your aesthetic will be for your character, and then that can serve as the base for your class when you're starting out. Oh, yeah, wait. Oh, your Atlas Tree Canuck. I'm so silly. I don't know how I messed that up. Um for the Atlas passive tree, pick whichever of the mechanics that you like and just put points into that. The easiest is Strongbox because that's just like an optional one that's not going to affect your maps unless you click on them, and it's almost always just a net bonus. Essences are a similar thing. Careful with Esmeri Spirits and Rogue Exiles because those ones are less optional. They just show up and you have to deal with the fact that they exist within your map. Yeah, archetype is a good word for that. Yeah, it could just be a shotgun user, right? It could be like the type of weapon you want to use, the type of play style you want. You could be a running gun, like twin stick shooter. I did that before. That was my Chocobo turret. Um, I really like aesthetic though because archetype, I agree, works, but aesthetic is easier because it's like it's like what your mental vision is of your character, unless the required pre-existing like archetypes. Um, Another base is a weapon type. So you can be like, all right, I'm going to. All I care about is that I use a crossbow, right? All I care about is that I'm using a two-handed mace, etc. So the whole point is that you're just picking something that you're basing the rest of your kit around, and then you kind of build around that. Next thing would be skills. I would say this could be kind of within the aesthetic, but maybe moving more towards down here, the idea of the shotgun setup. So it could be you pick one key skill, one key skill. It could be pick a type of skill, pick a type of skill. So that this would be like the shotguns. And I would say the like third option would be like pick one to or sorry, yeah, 2 to 3 skills that synergize. Can I fit synergize here? Maybe if I spell it right. Cool. That's so gross. Fucking here. Dan's not here. I need to ban this person. Alright, cool. Ew. Sorry, that like really irked me. Chocobo turret. Yeah, honestly, the Chocobo turret upset me so much because I found out only after fully leveling my character that you could not use crossbow abilities while you were on the Chocobo on the row mount. And so I had to choose between if I wanted to keep doing the rapid fire crossbow build or if I wanted to do a what's it called? If I wanted to do a Roa build. And I think I just went with the rapid fire build for that one. Yeah. So that was actually the next one I was going to get to, which is uniques. This is a very, very good thing to build your base around. So pick a unique that has a really cool passive or really unique synergy or a very specific kind of playstyle around it. And then you can make something around this. So I think that new grenade launcher is called Redemption, right? Redemption slash what would be another one? The new Adziri spear is a good one. There's the Crow Righteous Fire build. Trying to think of what other uniques are like really. Oh yeah, actually the one that we're running, Fairgraves. Fairgraves Curse, etc. So the whole idea here is that you were picking a unique, and your entire kit is going to be based around the identity of whatever that unique demands of your kit. And trying to think if there's any other thing that I sometimes will base a build around. I guess it would be keystones. So this is going to be stuff like technically Chaos Inoculation, but I don't want to include it here. I'm going to put it, but Chaos Inoculation isn't really something that you make your whole build around. It's just part of the build. But more so... Here, actually, yeah, we're going to get rid of Chaos Inoculation, because it's not too much of a base for a build. We're going to say, instead of Chaos Inoculation, what is it called? Here, let's go over to our game. We'll log in real fast. Meow, 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 meow. Greatest, that's the thing about uniques, is that they trade off their traditional scaling for their effects. So, for example, Redemption is a grenade launcher that cannot get plus to level of projectile skills. So you're losing a ton of damage from the fact that you can't get that. However, it gives you the ability to rapid fire grenades and have them explode with no cooldowns. So it means that if you play into like an attack speed setup and you play into a lot of different variety of grenades, you can make Redemption really overpowered within its specific niche. Hello, Lo-Fi Fox! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, with the uniques, what's cool with uniques is you can just be playing the game and stumble across one. like I was playing a oil grenade fire Pathfinder build where I was trying to make brute concoctions work, and I stumbled across Fairgrave's Curse, and I was like, huh, I wonder how this works with my like flaming concoctions and stuff. Well, I might as well test it. That could be funny. And then I went and I tested it, and it did so much damage, and it was such a weird, unique playstyle that I just was like, oh, okay. I am going to grab this and make it work. Rafiki, not every single unique is like this, but many of them are. I would say about half to 50 to 60% of them you can make a build around. The other 40 to 50% are more uniques that will either supplement other playstyles or are used for like early game leveling. So, I was trying to find a keystone here. So we've got one, which is Wild Surge Incantation. You can make a build around Wild Surge. You can make a build around Black Flame Covenant. Black Flame is really specific to builds. Let's find one more good example. Oh, Hollow Palm. Okay. So, when you were starting out, Laser Edition, that's hilarious. Well, I hope I'm good background noise for your workout session. Step one. Number one step when you're beginning to make your own build is to figure out your base. Again, you don't have to do this right away. You can start a new character and just play around. But eventually around, I would say halfway through the campaign or around the time that you finish the campaign, you'll kind of figure out what you want for the base of your build. Sometimes it doesn't happen until you reach the end game. But typically, I usually start off with an aesthetic. You're like, all right, I want to be a poison archer. I want to be a stormmancer. I want to be a pyromancer flame mage. I want to be a death knight who uses minions but also is melee. You know, things like that. Then, if you can't find an aesthetic, or if maybe you choose your aesthetic, and you know it's not quite strong enough to make a whole build around, you're gonna move on to like kind of the weapon type. What kind of weapon are you using? If you're a death knight, currently there's only really maces for kind of that melee big boy playstyle, but maybe you make it work with spears. Maybe you make it work with a quarterstaff. Or maybe you could be a bow death knight and then just be a backline archer while your minions go up front. That actually kind of sounds fun. However, you don't have to base around that. Usually, you'll pick one or two key skills anyways, regardless. The reason why I say skills is more of a base, though, is sometimes you're like, okay, I really like cluster grenades. I only want to care about cluster grenades and making my cluster grenades as powerful as possible. And so when you do that, you can make the cluster grenades themselves the base of your build. Here, I'm gonna erase this B because I'm offended by the fact that it was lowercase. Find a base. There we go. Again, sometimes you'll find skills that synergize. Okay, I really want to do a build around zombies, but I also want to do a build around quarterstaves or something. So you'll pick ways that you can summon zombies with a quarterstaff out by using the synergies implied by like getting power charges with a quarterstaff. Yeah, Lo-Fi Fox, that's another option. Oh, yeah, Atticus. I won't lie, I've been there, but yeah, no, you might just want to like make another character. I'm gonna be 100%, unless your friend would be upset about that. Yep, we'll be going over them the best I can. Again, though, this is a guide that's more for intermediate level because of the fact that, unfortunately, to find the synergies, you have to have some experience with the game, right? Like, for example, with that zombie example, if you don't know that you can use, you can actually, for anyone who doesn't know, you can use a power charge, right, to then summon a zombie, right? This is going to be my shambling zombie. Oh. Right? So the power charge can summon a zombie. However, if you don't know that, because you haven't used zombies before, then you will never make this connection. Equally, maybe you know that power charges can summon a zombie, but you don't know that the quarterstaff, right, can generate power charges, right? So if you don't know that the quarterstaff generates power charges, you can't make this like leap to the leap. We will go over how you can look into this stuff, but this comes into like both a research and gameplay experience kind of headspace, which might be a little bit much for people. Yeah, Lasergician, that's a good way to think of it. Find something exciting to care about. Hell yeah, Atticus. That's how I have it. I may have like 14 characters this league. Yeah, right. Reading is hard. Yeah, goodbye to the zombie guys. Okay. Again, using a unique for a base, very solid pick, because a lot of uniques will come with specific passives that support a playstyle. They'll come with specific skills or passives that you want to build around, or they'll have very specific conditions that you need to make your build around to make them work. Because of that, there is a lot of kind of learning to be done while you play the game. Even now, I'll sometimes be playing the game and a unique will drop, and I'll be like, whoa, I haven't seen that unique before. Or, oh man, I totally forgot this unique exists. That's such a cool passive. I wonder if I could make something with this. That's why uniques are a great spot for a base, because as you play through the campaign, even if you're like 2/3 the way through, or even just hitting the end game, you'll get uniques that you never knew were in the game, and they'll give you that spark in your brain. You guys can't see that I was tapping my head, but yes, there is a way to view the market, Atticus. You can, in-game, click this button right here on the bottom, and there's a market panel button right here. You can also press slash on your keyboard to view the market. And on console, I think you just have to hold the select or start buttons to get to the market panel. But yeah, no, like for example, speaking of a unique playstyle, right? This unique is it shoots these ghost flame arrows. So I saw that and I was like, oh, well, that's cool, but like, no one uses it because it's got really bad damage stats, right? So then we were looking down here and I was like, oh, interesting. Attack hits inflict spectral fire. What this does is the debuff that makes enemies immune or not take damage from ignites, but instead the ignites feed a big explosion at the end. So I realized the more ignite damage I can stack on an enemy, the more damage the explosion will deal. So in order to really like complement that, I knew from experience, but I also was able to look up on the wiki, what synergizes with ignite. Well, this spear has the ability that whenever it aggravates a bleed, and aggravating is just, it makes the bleed deal double damage. It also aggravates the ignite, which makes the ignite deal double damage. So, I knew if I was able to get the spear and have a way to bleed enemies, then I could make my ignites also deal double damage, which is very, very exciting. So, now we have a synergy between these two uniques, but it was based off the fact that this item right here, this Fairgrave's Curse, this is my base. This is the item that I have chosen to build my entire character's kit around, and the entire concept of this playstyle. Yeah, like, I have so many characters. Okay, let us move on, though, because I feel like we've discussed bases for a while, and I want to get to actually talking about more things. Yes, you can move the boxes. You have to mouse over an item, hold Alt, and then on the top right, there is a pin button. You click the pin, and then you can click and move it, and it will actually stay on your screen. So, like, I could be, like, playing the game and reading my abilities at the same time. It's cool. This character is a level 90, I believe. Yeah, 90. It's funny because they were, like, one of the most recent characters I made, and they're already, like, nearing the top of my character levels. They just, like, are really fun to play and are really, really strong. Alright, anyways, I'm having too much fun dilly-dallying. Menerick, welcome! And Mozart, hello. Yeah, Lightning Archer's again, instead of poison, you've just gone with lightning, right? And now you have an idea for a base. And you're like, cool. I can base my class's identity around this. You know, the Lightning Archer. And then because of that, you are able to kind of have a place to start working from. So, that will be step one. Let's move on to step two. Because we've been on step one for far too long. Step two. Find synergies. Finding synergies can come into play in the means of, like, many different methods. You know, we're gonna. Oh, I need to get better at drawing straight lines, guys. Guys, I can't do straight lines. I'm so sorry. Close enough. I'm gonna be real, Mozart. Sometimes I just wait until I find one on the ground, and I'm like, oh, cool. And half the other time, I'll go to the wiki, and I'll just search the unique section and be like, I kind of want to do a bow build. And I'll check every single unique bow and read what they do. It's very, very nerdy. I know. Finding synergies. So, there can be many different ways to find synergies. The easiest way is passives, right? So, passives are pretty simple. You open your skill tree, you go in game, and you go, alright, my build deals more damage if I get Ignite. If my Ignites deal more, right? So, you come into your skill tree and you say, alright, I want Ignites to be better. You type Ignite into the search, and then you go, okay, increase damage with hits against enemies who increase duration of ignites. Cool, that'll make my ignites deal more damage. This makes it deal more damage against enemies with elemental ailments. And then you go, oh shit. Well, this one, if it hadn't said the increased ignite duration, it wouldn't have popped up. So then you might go, okay, ailments. So you're like, alright, cool. Now I can look for... Is there anything else to do with ailments? Increased chance to inflict ailments. Increased chance to inflict ailments. Oh, hey, look, this one has the fire logo. It doesn't have ignite on it, so if I had just looked for ignite, I wouldn't have found this. Penetrates fire resistance and increased duration of ailments against targets with exposure. Cool. And then you're like, oh shit, I should search for fire, probably. Right? Now we can come back down here. Oh, that one's Unleash Fire, but it's not actually that. This is obviously a little bit over the top in terms of, like, it's a bit overwhelming to have to search the whole skill tree. If I didn't have all of these nodes here, I could just search elemental damage, right? And I already have these ones, but I'd be able to see, oh, hey, look, elemental damage right there. Elemental damage right here. Elemental damage down here. Cool. So you can find synergies right near where you start and not worry about too much. Look, there's so many elemental damages right here. That's a ton of different bonuses to our elemental damage. Hello, Sweet Chef. Welcome, welcome. So, that's how you can kind of start out with figuring out through the passives what you can do. We can also search Ignite again, and then we come down here and we're like, alright, this gives me increased area for Ignites. We actually do like having more area, so cool, that's really good. This one makes your Ignites deal damage faster. That's really good. Cool. Not a lot of other Ignites in this area. That sucks. Come over here. Oh, hey, there's a bunch of Ignites over here. And then you have to get into problem solving. Because it's like, okay, there are a lot of Ignites over here, right? Increased Ignite magnitude right here. Wow, that would be so good. 20% increased fire damage. These are all stats we would want, but we can't get to that because it's too far away. So then it comes into tools of like, oh, well, it's right next to blood magic. We could get that gem that lets us allocate near skills. We could, we know that it's a passive, so we could anoint it. Wow, Guilt Ire, that's incredibly cheap. So we could just put that on an amulet and call it a day. Things like that. Ignites you, cause, or reflect it back at you. Jesus Christ. That's terrifying. Yeah, so for example, I noticed that there's this huge Ignite cluster over here, but I didn't have access to it. So, we have one of those gems, and what these gems do, I forgot what they're called. I think it's From Nothing. Diamonds. Yeah, From Nothing. So it says, passives in the radius of Wild Surge Incantation, which is the keystone up there, can be allocated without being connected to your tree. You come up here, Wild Surge Incantation. Now there's a circle around it, and we can get any passives in this circle for ourselves. So we can get Ignite Magnitude, Flammability Magnitude, enemies ignited by us have extra fire resistance lost. So we can get all of these for free, quote-unquote, because we knew to look around for the keystone. This is how, within the passive tree, you can look for synergies. For example, if we had Black Flame Covenant, where it converts all of our fire damage to spell, we would need, to chaos, we would need chaos damage. So we'd need to start looking for chaos effects and anything that increases chaos damage. Yeah, you can, Atticus. Atticus, also, if you mouse over any icon for these larger passives, these notables within the passive tree, and hold Alt, you'll notice that it has these three little liquids right here. These are called liquid emotions. You can buy them in the late game. So it's Ire, Fear, and Envy. If you get those three items, and these are pretty cheap, you can put that passive onto a necklace. So, for example, I have Melting Flames on mine. So if we type in Melting Flames and then hit enter, it should go over to it. Enemies ignited by you permanently take more fire damage for each second they've been ignited, right? So all I had to do to get that was I need to buy a Fear, Paranoia, put it onto my amulet, and now I can have that passive no matter how far away I am. So that's another means for getting that. Chaos Flame build. Don't know which Ascendancy. Well, God, there's so many you could do it with, actually. What's cool is there's another jewel called Split Personality. And this one can be pretty expensive, and it's really going to be rare during a season start. But they let you put skill points as if you were a different character. So these ones are like, hey, if I bought this and put it in, I could just put skill points as if I was a warrior. I wouldn't even have to be a warrior. I could just do that. Yeah, there's so many cool things. Oof. How much damage multiplies calculate? Took me a while to realize that more is better than increased. Yeah, Meneric, we do have, our very first class of Exile was on that. If you go to the increased versus more section of it, I go over in detail, because more is not always better than increased. Increased can be better than more. It depends on how much you already have built, and how much the percent increase is. Atticus, I feel you. I feel you. I didn't realize it because I was also big into Souls and other games like that and build crafting. And oh, Meneric, go to my YouTube page after the stream and there's a playlist. It's the very first video of the playlist. But yeah, Atticus, I always wanted a game that I could really sink my teeth into and like truly have almost an infinite amount of replayability, and this one satisfies it. Last thing for just like general tips for getting extra passives, this gem, Megalomaniac, it comes with 2 extra passives from the tree. So we get, if we allocate this right here, we'll get Building Toxins and Molten One's Gift, which is down here. So you can see that despite the fact that we, only, what is it? We used 1 jewel slot. We were able to get 2 notable passives that are good. Biker, are you talking about the one that I just showed off? The, Megalomaniac? But yeah, Megalomaniac is very, very handy. Usually, you're only ever going to get one of them that is giving you, like, you're only ever going to get 1 passive that you want. But I got really lucky with this one, and it's 2 passives that we could use. Oh, yeah. They're notable passives. Every time that you allocate something like this, it's usually a notable passive. But you're right. There is one that allocates a keystone from anywhere, too. Keystones are the passives that come with a drawback. Yeah. Meneric, I do that. You can skip around. I don't know if my first video I ever timestamped. I should go back and timestamp it, but the first class of Exile should have all the information about damage scaling. Nice. Okay, good. All right, let's exit the game, or at least alt tab out. So passives, great way to boost the synergy. This is going to be that you're going to look for passives. Look for passives. Passives that support your base. That support your base. Come on, I can write faster, guys. I can do this. I'm so slow at writing. Cool. Next, we're going to, this is the scary one, uniques. Uniques are an amazing way to synergize with your base. If your base, as I pointed out, my base was this bow, right? Well, I said, how can I deal more ignite damage? And then my next question was to look for uniques that could support unite or ignite. So we'll go over here. We'll type PoE Wiki. The PoE Wiki is very helpful as a resource. We're going to move you guys over here. Sweet Chef, you don't craft them. They get dropped whenever you complete a simulacrum, I think. Or they have a chance of being dropped. And they will always come with 2 random passives. Anyways, so here's the unique section. So, for example, you could just be like, all right, hey, I'm using a bow. What kind of quivers do we have? So you go offhands, quivers. Then you can scroll through and read. Sometimes they'll be like, all right, do any of these have ignite? Cool. Projectiles pierce all ignited enemies. That's actually not good. Because we don't want to pierce enemies that are ignited. Because our projectiles deal explosions. So we want to not take this. Even though it, it has synergy with ignite and fire damage. It's just not good enough. But what we can do is we can click on this word ignite. And then come down here. It's going to list all of the related skills. All the persistent skills. These are like ones that are spirit as well as sometimes just linked to uniques. But then all the support gems that can be related to ignite. And then you can come down here though. And it's like, all right, here's every single unique in the game that has something to do with ignite. I won't lie, I've been really tempted to try out this bow that makes it so you can apply all 3 status effects with your weapon. This sounds really cool, and I really want to try it sometime. But you can come in here and you're like, okay, cool. What can I do for ignite? And I saw the spear, and I saw aggravates all ignites. You can even search for, again, ignite. And then look for where it mentions ignite within the keywords. This one drops ignite at ground while moving. But that's not really useful to us. So we don't really care about this. Used when you become ignite, creates ignite ground for 4 seconds when used. Igniting enemies, that's garbage. Not really useful. So all of these are, this one should have worked. This one was crazy. 100% increased ignite magnitude, and ignites deal chaos damage instead of fire, and withered you inflict deal increases fire damage taken. This was going to be nuts for us. But then we found out that it's bugged and it doesn't work with our bow. I need to submit a support ticket for that. I'm still grumpy about it, guys. Right? The game is so, it's engaging and interesting to look at. But, for example, check this out. It says right here, Ashrend cannot be ignited. You might be like, huh, well, we were just reading the ignited passives in here, right? And we saw that one that said, ignites you cause or reflect it back at you. So if we ever took that passive, this would stop it. We could not be ignited. I don't think there's a reason to ever take this passive and that together, but it's possible that you could consider them together because you notice those synergies. Anyways, let's move on. But yeah, there's also sometimes you'll find like rings, or right here there's the Against the Darkness and whatnot. They'll have drop downs on the wiki, and you'll see that there's a bunch of passives. And so you're like, oh my god, that's so many things. However, this is also how we have the Wither does not expire on enemies we ignite, and we have Wither increases. Yeah, Wither also increases fire damage taken. So we run those two together, and then it's huge synergy. So, again, we're going back to the menu. Use wiki or in-game to find uniques that benefit your base. Again, we're going back to the base every time. The reason why it's the base is it is the core fundamental, like, center of our build. Everything is basically built upon it. I realize chat is behind floppy, so let me put that back over here. So our base is what we put everything around, and so everything we do in step 2 is to find synergies with our base. Cool. Next is going to be the most simple gear. Find gear that synergizes with your base. Find roles on gear. Not poles. Whoa! Serious German, thank you so much for the prime... sorry, for the regular sub. Regular sub, prime sub, it doesn't matter. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Sub boy. You know, guys, I feel bad that we don't spin the wheel on Wednesdays, but it's kind of nice. Oh, by the way, Sweet Chef, are you in the private league yet? We had to restart it. Find pull gear. Yes, the VODs are posted on my YouTube, and they are time-stamped as well. So we have our class 1. Class 1 was on damage. Class 2 was on ailments. Actually, I think Class 2 was on ailments. And Class 3 was on defenses. I might have gotten 2 and 3 mixed up. But I'm pretty sure this is the order. And we are currently having Class 4 right now. Menerick, yeah, probably. Again, go ahead and go to the Discord and just put your account name. Whoa. Yeah, the Guild SSF is going to be so much fun. Sweet Chef, you have not. You need to resubmit. Yeah, go ahead and request invite, Sweet Chef. I changed it so basically people have to request to enter. That way I can more openly make it available, and you guys don't have to, you know, be weird about it. Yeah, I can just check who is actually in the guild via the in-game or the website. I don't actually need your account stuff unless you want to tell me what your account name is. That way I can like just immediately promote you right now. Otherwise, I'll just be, checking against the guild. Unless you're not in the guild. In which case, yeah, let me know what it is. Yeah, Braun. Unfortunately, I just don't have... I would have to hide my chat from YouTube from myself in order to be able to, like, read chat and do stuff. So I'm gonna just have to risk it. Okay, sounds good, sweet chef. Yes, you can, Vike, if you've been a member of the community for a bit. So long as you've been around here. We're going to detract from class just for a second. Guild SSF, for anyone who's been here before. Here are the rules for Guild SSF. How to join. There are two options. Join the Discord, join the guild, wait 3 days to be full member, and then request access to the Guild League and the Guild SSF applications. Or frequent members of the community who are not part of the guild may also request to join without, may request access without joining the guild. Just ping me in Discord or whatever. Let me know your account info. I can get you in there. That's okay, Vike. I know I've seen you in here for quite a while now. This is Ascendancies. That was not important to the Guild SSF. And here are the rules and goals for our Guild SSF. Rules. Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk. Okay? Don't be mean. Yeah, Atticus. Here, let me pin the Discord since Doc's not here today. Here you all go. We'll pin that after or until the end of stream. Cool. Yeah, I need to get the bot. Nightbot setup would probably only take like 20 or 30 minutes. Anyways, don't steal large amounts of guild items. If you're in the guild, that means you have the guild chest. This kind of falls under don't be a jerk, right? Like, just don't take shit from everyone just because you want to be funny or to be mean or because you're greedy. No griefing. This is also coming under don't be a jerk. Don't go and intentionally make other people's lives worse just for the sake of funny. I might at some point, Vemi. You must be manually invited to the guild or the thing. This doesn't even need to be a guild or a rule because I have to manually approve people. No sexual content, no ERP. This does not fall under don't be a jerk unless you're jerking it. But just don't be weird, guys. Like, I know that it's a rated M game, but I don't need your like Edziri and Doriani roleplays in our private server. You can keep that to yourself. Keep it to your DMs. No politics. I don't care if you DM each other and have a conversation about politics. Just don't do it on the actual like guild chat or guild server. No hate speech. This one falls under don't be a jerk. Okay? But this is even more important than just not being a jerk. Like, don't be a jerk. This one's like, kind of understandable. It's like, hey, you might accidentally hurt someone's feelings. If you are like using racist expletives, I might just immediately kick you from the entire league and like Discord. So No hate speech. No hate speech. This one's very important. Also, nah. I can't make it a rule, but I was gonna say, like, don't make AI art of Floppy or, like, the League event. I don't know, it just feels disrespectful to what we're doing. Especially of Floppy, but that doesn't have anything to do with the Guild SSF. But if anyone posts AI art of Floppy, I'll be horribly disappointed in you. Hey, Fuzzinator! Cool. Alright, let's go back to class, guys. Find roles to support your base. After you get defenses. So the reason I'm putting this right here, after defenses, I think it's a C. Anyways, the reason why I'm putting this here is because even if a ring gives you, like, plus 30% lightning damage and you're on a lightning build, if you are, like, losing 30%, I don't know, lightning resistance to get that, it's not worth it. Just always focus. Defenses are way more important than offense. So always get your defenses first, okay? And then you can find roles that support your base. This can be increased ignite duration. This can be plus to level of projectiles. That's very important. Here we'll do examples. Plus level of skills. Mana efficiency. What would be some other ones? Attack speed. And percent damage. These are going to be roles that you can find on a lot of pieces of gear and are very important to still get as extra. But defenses are the number one thing. This is the only thing that maybe should come over defense. Yeah, when would you be worth making your own build instead of copying someone already made it? You know, it's mainly for the fun of the game. Okay. As someone with nearly 2,000 hours combined in PoE 1 and PoE 2, who's now literally doing this as a job, I have realized it hit me like a truck out of nowhere. No one knows what the hell they're doing in this game, guys. People don't actually know. Like, I know that Zizarin probably does, and some of the other big people, but, like, everyone's just kind of winging it. Like, all the people that post their top guild, or top builds, like, number 1% or whatever, they also just kind of made it up. And they're hoping it works. There's probably ways to further improve their builds, too. But they just, like, settled for what worked best for them, and then they didn't really add more to it, probably. And it's worth keeping that in mind. Like, you're kind of, you're following someone else's build because it's giving you an idea of where to go and what to do, but don't think that, like, everything's been figured out. People haven't, like, figured out their builds. They're just kind of, like, making it up as they go, and then posting it with confidence. I mean, true Hummer, but it depends. Like, it depends on if your build requires any, like, big uniques or anything, but otherwise it's, like, it's not expensive except for a bit of time to test it. Primary character, then just straight up jacking a build up from a big streamer because I want the biggest angy monkey. Yeah. Yeah, and that's fine. Make your own build when you feel like you want to for the sake of your own satisfaction. If you find it more satisfying to just kill things and not have to worry about the stress of, like, what if your build's weak? Yeah, today is Class of Exile, Fuzzinator, every Wednesday, or every other Wednesday, don't forget. But, Hummer, if you think that your build is, you need to do it for your sake, that is fine. And if you're like, well, you know what, I would have more fun if I just had a strong build, and I don't want to have the, like, mental stress of, like, failing to make my build, then you can stick with other people's until you feel confident enough that you won't have that mistake. You know? I personally get a lot of self-satisfaction out of making my own build, so that's why I do it. Builds are like recipe and cooking or baking. It works great, but it can always change your bit. Yeah, exactly. Every person has a different taste, and if you don't like the extra chocolate chips in your cookies and you would prefer macadamia nuts, that's not a bad thing to just add the macadamia nuts, even if it's like, if someone else showed you how to bake the cookies. Oh my god, guys, I just realized I could use Kaladin to hide the chat. Because, then I can't get in trouble for dual chatting. Okay, this is not working as well as I thought it would. I can do this. Here, we're going to bring it over here. Braun has me concerned. He pointed out that Twitch doesn't like dual chat. Okay. Moving on. Kind of funny that we're bringing this up afterwards, but defenses. On top of the fact that your base is going to need to be your offense, usually, you want to kind of figure out what defenses you're going. Okay, you know what? Kaladin is in the way. Chat, we're just gonna risk. We're gonna risk it for the biscuit. I'm just hoping Twitch is kind to me. I guess maybe I'll be able to still read it over here. Okay, there we go. Oh god, I keep looking at the wrong spot for chat. Yeah. I like pressing a lot of buttons, I won't lie. Hell yeah. Yeah, the +1 limit is super nice on a lot of skills for Stormweaver and other classes. Alright, defenses. We're mentioning this after gear, which is silly, but basically, find what core defense you're going to spec into. You'll use. Now, this is a weird one, because, obviously, examples are going to be armor, armor slash evasion slash ES, right? However, another example of a core of what you can do is going to be something like sustain, right? You can just not spec as much into armor, ES, and evasion, and then instead go for a lot of sustain. And if you have enough of it, you actually are fine. Like, our bow build currently only has, like, 1500 armor, 1500 life, 1500 evasion shield, and almost no armor or evasion. I said evasion shield, energy shield. But anyways, and yet it's really hard to kill because we have so much sustain through our potions. Sustain. Skills is another one. Certain skills will provide you with a lot of defensive benefits. Things like refutation. Or, what is it? I don't know, God, what is it called? Guys, I don't know why I can't think of this right now. We'll just say shield skills. Honestly, parry is a surprisingly good defensive move, too. Okay. So, you just want to find out your main means of keeping yourself alive. This means building enough life. This means building enough resistances. Resistances, again, highest priority. Defenses. We're going to put a little resist is the number one thing that you need to be getting. If you don't have max resist, you're suffering in the end game. Yeah, block and deflect. Oh yeah, you're right. Why am I totally did forget block and deflect. Well, block is different. Deflect kind of falls under evasion. But block is its own defensive layer, which is very, very good, actually. People horrendously underestimate the block and how useful it can be. Okay. Final thing to pick for your synergies is probably something I should have put at the start. Your ascendancy. I'll be real. Ascendancy could also be its own base. I might need to put Ascendancy... Thank you, Fuzzinator. Resonating Shield's a decent one, yeah. And that was one of the shield skills I was thinking of. But I could have sworn there was one that just gave you really good defenses for a short period, but I can't remember what it was. Can be a base. Can be a base. Or support your base. So, for example, say you want to use fire magic. You could make your build around being a pyromancer, but also you can make your build around being a demon. Like a demon build infernalist. So, depending on if your idea is that you really want to use fireball specifically or something, or in flamethrower, or if your idea is you really want to be a demon, you'll kind of build around those as your bases. Yeah, Meneric, exactly. You don't have to really, like... That can be, like, how you find it. I didn't list it here, but skills technically also... Here, we'll shove in skills at the bottom. Use active... plus spirit skills. to amplify your bass. This is very important. So, again, almost forgot it. Schwingy's wheels and got Spirit Walker and Gas Arrow. Wish you luck, Vike. Alright, sounds good. Well, Menerick, that's why I was saying, like, your base can change. And, like, sometimes you'll pick your base at the very start, and sometimes you'll pick it halfway through. Like, my base on my Ghost Flame Pathfinder was originally going to be that I wanted to do something to do with the concoctions. But I wasn't enjoying concoctions. And then, because I was doing the burning concoction, I found the bow, and ones are different would have synergies. And instead, I swapped my base to be the bow. Yeah. I feel bad for the YouTube audience now. They can't read, Oh, Hummer, yes, no. Chaos Resistance, by a late game, you should try to get to around 50% if you can help it. But, it's really hard to consistently get, Chaos Resistance that high. Nom, nom, nom. Skills that amplify your base. This can be curses, right? Curses are very good for this. Curses, oil, what is it? Exposure, charges, etc. Right? Infusions would fall under this too. So if you're running like an infusion spark build, Frost Bomb is not part of your base, but you probably want Frost Bomb as a skill to amplify your sparks. Uni, I'm sorry. Big class, and oh god, guys, I'm so tired after yesterday. I know it sounds silly. Oh man, I had to sit in a chair and edit all day. But like, I did. I had to edit for 14 hours straight, and I didn't even get like half as much as I wanted to do. I did get a lot done. It just... I forget how long my videos take sometimes. Alright. We are going to go to step 3. And this is kind of something that you'll have to figure out and will come with time. We're going to call this step 3 problem solving. So this usually comes up after you've had your base and you've been going for a little bit. Yeah, Hummer, you know, but my work was literally me sitting in a chair, like staring at gameplay videos and like animating my little like floppy dude in a silly way. So it's not like I'm tired in a physical sense. I just was very mentally fatigued. You guys would be shocked how long it takes to make just small visual effects. Like, okay, I know I already showed this off earlier, but here. Video projects, PoE endgame, renders. I'm getting sidetracked, but that's my own fault, and I also want to show this off. Okay, so we come over here, right? In order to get this effect here in a second, looking good. Oh, no, not that. Also, my gameplay kept lagging. That sucked. But basically, just that, maybe 5 minutes. Not too bad for that little zoom in. But then this right here, the zoom in is very easy. But then this like visual effect of getting the lighting good, highlighting certain things, The transitions, making sure that I like color tune things. It's it was like 2 hours for this section, at least. It's so tedious. It's so tedious, but also so satisfying. Yeah, and then like again I was saying, but this, thank God I ended up making this into a preset after I made it the first like 5 times. But these circles took forever to like get like looking good. And then I had that visual glow effect. That took like 10 minutes or so. This effect here in a second, like this popping up is whatever. But that effect of it like closing the edges, to get that looking good, I had to manually like crop out the edges around the edge here on both sides. I had to time it properly so that they converged around the same time in the center. Had to get all the shadows and stuff, and it took like an hour or more. It was so stupidly tedious. Okay, anyways, we'll go back to music though, because I like RuneScape music. I think it was at 7? Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Why do I have a notification in game? Oh, hey, Menerick. Menerick, why'd you just randomly message me? That was it? You just said hi? You're silly. Alright, sorry chat, I'm just clearing out messages now, and then we'll get back to the lesson. I swear I'm good at remembering. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You guys can say hi to YouTube. Okay, problem solving. Step 3. Wow. Speaking of me not being able to draw a straight line. By the way, let me know if the music's too loud at any point. Okay, so the first part of problem solving is identifying the problem. This is the hardest part for a lot of people. This is going to be when you're going through a map, and for some reason, you're just really struggling to kill things. Or, like, you can't complete a tier 10 map, you know? You're like, man, my build was feeling good earlier, but for some reason I hit a tier 10 map, and I just can't kill anything. What's going on there? The problem there that you need to identify is, why are you not able to? Now, this sounds silly, but problem examples would be like, I can't finish a tier 10 map. And then the first step to solving the problem is to ask why. Right? Why? There could be many reasons why you can't finish the map, right? So, an example could be you're too squishy, right? Or just dying too much, right? If you're dying too much, okay, well maybe you need some more resistances and survival. Well, maybe even if you increase that, mobs would still kill you because they survive multiple hits. So the second issue would be, mobs aren't dying. Okay? So these can kind of feed into each other is a problem. Because, for example, if you are too squishy, then maybe the mobs kill you before you can kill them. Or maybe the reason that you are dying too much is because you're not killing the monsters fast enough. The first step to identifying this is to check your resistances, right? So, check your res. You should have, as we've discussed many and many a times, you should have 75% lightning res, 75% cold res, and 75% fire res. If you don't have all these to max res, you are hurting yourself really badly. Okay? All elemental to 75%. Then you can also check your life. Your life / defense. This one is a lot harder to say, but for example, if you're doing an armor build and like a flat armor build and you're below 50% armor, you're probably not getting enough armor. If you are running a energy shield build and you're at tier 10 maps and you don't have at least like 1500 energy shield, then you probably have too little energy shield, etc., etc. You're gonna have to get a gauge just on vibe and checking other people's builds to see around what they're at. The issue is you'll often see, like, if you go and check YouTube, you're like, oh, well, what should I be at? And then you'll see someone with, like, 10,000 energy shield. And you'll be like, oh my god, how will I ever do that? And it's like, you don't. Yeah, Hummer, it's so annoying to do that. For mobs not dying, right? This is basically a damage issue, right? The reason that they could not be dying is that either, or ways that you can make them die faster, rather, is penetration. You could get, if you're dealing elemental damage, getting penetration or armor break for physical. These will help you a lot in just dealing way more damage. Against general mobs, curses are better against bigger mobs. Penetration, armor break. You could just get more mods. So this is kind of like on your support gems. If you are running, let's say that you're running Rapid Attacks 3, that halves your damage output. First off, you just don't want that. But second off, even if you were running something that was like, oh, well, you gain Pierce on your projectile, right? That doesn't give you a negative, but you are missing out on the positive damage you could be getting if you didn't have Pierce. So you might want to swap it out for something like Long Shot for increased damage over distance. And that would help you just get more general damage output, which could be helpful. Another big thing in just dealing more damage is plus level skills. This one is the one that is most important in the late game when you are still gearing up and stuff. If you do not have plus the level of skills, you're going to suffer a lot in your damage output. Because it just is such a significant bump to damage that you just kind of have to have it. You can get this from primarily from your amulet. And then if you're a melee, you can get gloves. Or if you are a... oh yeah. What am I saying? Amulet slash weapon. Your weapons will also give this. And then for number 2, it would be like gloves, helmet, etc. These ones will provide specific skill levels. Sweet Chef, it does depend, but yes, for weapons, yeah, okay. One last thing to add here then. Yeah, you're right. Base fizz damage on martial weapon. And the reason I say fizz damage is unless you're going for a specific damage type, it's almost always better to get more physical damage on a weapon. Because your physical will get converted into the elemental and then scaled. Like, let's say you're using Lightning Spear. I believe it's like 70 or 80% of your physical damage becomes lightning and then gets scaled. Sure, if you had lightning damage on your spear, that would probably be a bit more than if you got the fizz. But the issue is, like, say you get cold damage on the same spear, right? That cold damage is not getting converted into elemental, or it's not getting converted into lightning damage, and so it's not getting scaled with any of the multipliers that affect lightning damage on that weapon. So the elemental damages are not as generally beneficial unless you're speccing specifically for one element. Hello, Tetsaru! No, you're only on a 3-stream streak! No, you were doing so good for a while. Well, I'm happy that you're still back and returning. Now, identifying the problem. I guess these all fall under testing solutions, we'll say. Test solutions. You want to be testing these different things. Vemi! That's awesome. 1 month of Mile Sui. 1 month of Floppy. Yeah. Skill levels are an immense upgrade to spells. But you want to try out different things. If your reses aren't capped, go cap your reses. Run a map. See how it feels. Cool. You still are dying too quickly? Go upgrade your life and defenses. Run a map. Still dying too quickly? Okay, check your evasion rating. Do you have any passives that are giving you extra % increase to it? If you're not, grab some of those passives. Maybe reallocate some points. If you run the map again, and you're not too squishy, but you're still dying, maybe that means that the mobs aren't dying. Cool, now you've resolved all your defensive stuff. And so you start, alright, cool, I do elemental damage. Let's try getting some penetration on the skill tree, and then go for a run. See how it goes. If it doesn't feel much different, you know, okay, let's try swapping out a support from, like, penetration on my, you know, active skill to something that gives me more elemental damage or something. Go run the map. It's a trial and error thing, and it can take a little bit of time, but it's worth it to just troubleshoot 1 or 2 steps at a time until you can identify where the problem was. Oh, also, skill levels. Make sure you're leveling up your skill gems. This can be really easy to forget to do once you've reached the end game. because you'll get less skill gem drops in general. But make sure you are leveling your skills, you know? You can often go from like a level 14 skill to like a level 17 because you just forgot about it. Tetsaru, it's more beneficial to have... It's most beneficial on permafrost bolts, right? Let's say you're doing permafrost. As you said. In order, I would say on your weapon, you will want cold, then fizz, then any other element, right? However, it's worth noting that if, for example, on fragmentation rounds, right? Fragment. This doesn't have elemental damage scaling. It scales its physical damage up a lot. So, So on this one, it's fizz and then other elements, right? So, because of that, fizz is pretty good in both of these, so it's more generally useful to have that increased fizz since it's going to scale both of the skills. But technically speaking, if you did do cold as a priority, you would probably freeze more, which would mean that you could get more value out of the fragmentation. But I wouldn't want fire or lightning on it if you could help it. Yeah, defensive layers through spirit gems. I think that I specifically, in this section, we said, use active and spirit skills to amplify your base. Curses, oil exposure. Yeah, defenses as well kind of fall under that, where there's a lot of really strong defensive layers. Also, sorry, there's a lot of chat going through. Have fire, I think Miles will answer it, but for me it's super important to get high base physical number on your weapon because most attacks, yeah, exactly. Oh no, you're fine, Vike. It's a good suggestion and a good thing to bring up. Now, the last step here for problem solving is to commit. Now, here is the kind of scary part, but like, let's say that you're testing your solutions, you're dying a lot, and mobs aren't dying. You increase your supports. Oh, also, we're gonna add more support slots. If you don't have, all 4 or 5 of your support slots, then upgrade it with a greater or perfect jewelers if you get to that point. But anyways, the commit is the hardest and scariest part. It is basically saying, okay, hey, when I put more increase on my weapon, I was able to kill monsters more consistently. Also, I only have +1 to level of melee skills on my gloves and nothing on my necklace. Well, you know that this is gonna... You know that when you got more damage, you are dying less. So you know that what you need to die less is to increase your damage output. So that is where you're gonna go, okay, I know the solution is probably to increase my damage. So I need to buy gear or craft gear that's gonna support that. And that is going to be buy or craft much better gear than what you have. You don't want to do like a tiny upgrade if you can help it, because a tiny upgrade, unless you're already like pretty min-maxed, means you're going to have to do it again in a couple of maps. Much better gear. If possible. If possible, that addresses the solution. So this means buying a +3 amulet, buying a +2 gloves or +5 on your weapon, Going out and spending a div when you only have 2 div to get a piece of armor that gives you spirit and life. How do you farm perfect jewelers? You just kind of play the game, unfortunately, Ivan. If you are playing on a solo self-bound, it's going to be a lot harder to get them consistently. But generally they drop, I believe, from jewelers boxes. Strong boxes is a decent spot. Or researchers strong boxes, probably. I would say those are your best bets. Yeah, so again, when I say much better, I mean look at what you have. If your crossbow, let's assume you have a crossbow here, right? And your crossbow has +3 fizz, or, you know, projectile, then you're going to try and get one that is a +5. You're not going to go for a +4, right? If you went for +4, then you're just going to hit the same problem here in a little bit and encounter the same issue. Now, does this mean that you should look for a +6? Because technically it can go up to +6. No! You don't go that high. Because right now, you are not in the situation, you're still in the problem-solving stage of your build. A +6 is going to be like 20 divine, versus a +5 will maybe be like 1 divine. So you're not going to overcommit too much, but you are going to commit enough that you're not going to have to readdress this issue within the next couple of hours of your gameplay. That's the biggest thing, is when you're addressing these problems, you don't want to re-encounter the same issue within a short time period. So, +5 project, and then you're also going to want plus DPS. You'll, like, look at your current DPS. Oh, we have, like, 300 physical DPS. Aim for 400. The +5 projectile is going to be a huge boon, but you also want to try to get more DPS at the exact same time. That way, again, it's just doubling down on the issue. If instead you were going for, let's say, a body armor, right? Guys, this is actually just me doing drawing practice on stream right now. Right? So let's say you're going after a body armor. How do body armors look? Cool, whatever. Good enough. And your body armor currently has +100 life and +40 spirit and +60% res, right? Then your goal is going to be, alright, I have addressed that I need a better chess piece. You're going to aim for, like, +180 life, +50 or more spirit. You want almost everything to go up unless you really don't need it. And plus, like, 80% res. Maybe 70%. Yeah, let's do 70% because 80% is actually pretty extreme. You would look for something like that, because you want to say, hey, I've addressed the situation, I know what my problem is, I'm going to solve the solution right now so that I don't have to encounter it in the future. I didn't really address it here, but within your own build, every build's going to have specific conditions that it wants to meet, right? So let's say that you are using an Ignite build, right? In that case, your damage output may not be tied to your gear as much. I mean, sure, the level will probably help and the damage will probably help, but it also may be tied to your skill tree. So identifying what you need to change on the skill tree is important. And that can come back to the commit issue, where it's like, okay, I am not igniting as much as I need to. Maybe what I need is not more damage, right? Maybe right now, instead of getting like 12% fire damage, 12% fire damage, you unspec these and you get flammability magnitude instead. And that's part of the commitment is, okay, I am choosing that I no longer need all this fire pen and strength and dex and stuff, I need defense because I keep dying too much. Or I'm coming down here and I'm saying, okay, you know what, move speed is great, but this evasion rating is worthless to me. Maybe I need to get rid of these on all these flask nodes and get something that's going to benefit my damage output or my resistances better, so that I'm able to more consistently complete maps. That is one of the hardest parts of committing, is removing things that are not complementary to your base. Things like thankfully these life recoveries from flasks are complementary to our base, because that's our primary defense, is our flask, due to this and this. This makes it so our flasks can apply to energy shield. This lets us use our flasks while we're at full health, so we can constantly be regenerating our energy shield. But, you know what's not beneficial to our base? Move speed and evasion rating. Worthless, right? These are just me getting them because they feel good. But, if I was going to be a smart fox, a clever fox, I would probably get rid of these and do something else. However, I don't need to problem solve right now, because we are able to consistently clear tier 15 juiced maps without much of an issue. The only thing I could maybe do is get rid of these 2 points, come up here, and get some more energy shield. I think that would be kind of beneficial to us. But I think besides that, we're mostly good on our current build. But that's where you're like, okay, what do I actually need to address within my problem solving? I think, though, besides all of that, I don't really know if there's much of a step 4, honestly. Step 4 is probably just to amplify. This one's going to be really brief. I'm just kind of winging on this one. But basically... Oh, Tetsaru. Yes, so... we went over this earlier. There's a gem called From Nothing. And it said it picks a random keystone on the tree. It can be any keystone. Keystones are the ones that give you a positive and a negative. They're these big ones, right? And it says, hey, any passives within a radius of that keystone you can allocate without being connected to your tree. So you can come all the way up here and be like, hey, look, this is Wild Surge Incantation. That's what it said we can allocate around. So anything in this radius we can grab for ourselves. I'm still debating getting this one. It might be nice. But we're kind of poor on mana, so that's why I haven't yet. But yeah, no. What was it that I was going to do? Right. Amplify. This is just basically, once you have reached the point where you feel like your build is solid, you have, your base is all built around, your defenses are squared away, and your max ascendancy too, honestly. Once you've reached this point, all that's left to do is to just try and get the last little bit of juice out of what your base and build do. Search for creative ways. Search for creative ways to get more juice out of, get more benefit, more effects occurring. Which can benefit your base. We'll say base playstyle, because this is important, right? So, for example, let's assume that you had an extra empty skill gem slot. That skill gem could be used for many things to amplify your damage. Maybe it's a curse that you're not running that's going to give you some, like, elemental exposure. Maybe it is you're running a flammability build and you want oil. Maybe you don't have a second weapon set at all, and you're like, okay, well, I don't want another weapon, but, like, maybe it is what you need. Maybe you go and look for a single wand, which is going to, like, let you cast faster. Maybe it's going to be, like, you are using, disengage, and you need another way to parry. You're running parry, and you don't want to run disengage, And so you need to look for some way to get frenzy charges besides that. There's lots of different small ways that's like, for example, Poison Burst Arrow. This does almost no goddamn damage. This arrow, we have not built around poison almost at all. Then why are we using it? Well, it's because I realized that down here, this passive makes it so fully broken armor increases the fire damage that we deal with hits. Well, I don't have any way to break armor because we just do a bunch of fire damage. We do almost no physical. So I realized that because of corrosion, break armor equal to 80% poison damage. If we get a bunch of poisons going, since we always fire 3 arrows anyways, right? So we got +1 to the poisons from escalating poison, +1 poisons. And then over here, we have... Targets can be affected by +1 of your poisons as well. Now, we've got... what is it? 3 poisons at once. They're all ticking. And then we don't care about them doing a lot of poison, like, on-hit damage. So less damage of hits, more magnitude of poison we inflict. And then we armor break here because we just want them to break even more armor. And then that's a way for us to apply armor break to bosses to give us more damage for our big ignites. So even though Poison Burst Arrow is not being used 90% of the time, adding it to the kit was something that allowed us to amplify our kit at the end. Yeah, exactly, Tetsaru. Or you can be like, what was it, Aurabolt, that just happened to get one as a drop and then kept asking me what to do with it, and I was like, I don't know, I've never used Rakiata's Flow. I don't know what Rakiata's Flow it does half the time. Here, we'll say, fill all skill gem slots. Use all of your spirit. This is another one. Use all of your spirit. If you have spare spirit, for any reason, in a multiple of 10, 15, or 20, use your spirit, right? Obviously, we don't here, but, like, for example, if you came over and I had, let's say, 20 extra spirit, I could put, like, something in Warbanner or something in Herald of Blood that's going to increase my life regen, my mana regen, whatever it is. And the fact that we didn't have, spirit going, that would be wasted if it wasn't being used. It would just be sitting there doing nothing. So make sure you're always using all of your spirit at all times. Yeah, like right here, clarity, right? So if I didn't have clarity in, this is just, 10 spirit's not really enough to get much, but we can get 30% increased mana regen. So, like, why not? So make sure... so if you come over here and you mouse over your mana... Sorry, floppy's kind of in the way. It says above your mana how much spirit you have. And so you'll know how much spare spirit you have. Yeah, you just mouse over your mana bar, and it will tell you exactly how much spirit you have. It'll show you the right number is your max spirit, and the left number is how much you have remaining that you have not used. Yep, you have 50 left. That's a whole spirit gem right there. That is an entire spirit gem you could be using, which is huge. Spirit gems are incredibly powerful. Even, like, Warbanner, I will never stop preaching Warbanner, guys. Warbanner's so good. You just pop this down, you get 25% increased attack speed, which is nice, but also 25% more attack damage for 30 spirit. Just anytime you need it. That's just like an amplifier to all of your damage if you're using a bow or any kind of weapon, like a martial weapon. Now, for Amplify, I'm going to recommend something that is a final step, and I wouldn't say you have to do this, but check other builds. I know this is about making your own builds, but check other builds for their supports. For their supports. Don't care about, like, you know, what gear are they using? What are the exact rolls on every piece of body armor they have? But you can be like, hey, I'm using Poison Arrow. I don't feel like it's doing a lot of damage, or it could be dealing more. You can go check other people's builds who are using Poison Arrow and compare how they have put support gems on theirs. Go look at like 3 of them, 5 of them. See if they're all using the exact same supports or if there's other ones that are getting varied around. And then question to yourself, why are they using the supports that they are? You know, if they're using multi-shot on Poison Arrow, you might be like, wait, but that makes it deal less damage. Why would they do that? Well, maybe they're playing a Pathfinder who doubles the amount of poisons you can inflict, so they're just trying to get a lot of poisons applied really fast. So you need to be questioning the why of things, kind of coming back to, what was it? Here. The why. The why is important. This is important both when you're identifying your problems, but also when you are analyzing other people's builds or what your build does. You're using Convalescence. It says the skill can't be used. Okay. 2 things. 1, sometimes for some reason, if you press this button right here, which is how you can see more info on your skills, it will just like be turned off. And if you mouse over it, it'll say like not usable with current weapon set settings. And you'll be like, why can't I turn it on? And it'll look like this. You have to come in here and turn it back on. I don't know why this happens. It's a bug. Besides that bug, Convalescence, let me check if I have a Spirit Gem. Here, let me check the guild stash, because we're more likely to have one in here. Cool. Convalescence, it must be active in both weapon sets, and that's it. You know, so basically, I don't know. It just looks like it just check the weapon sets and make sure it's not in use. You might have a support in it. Oh, yeah. Also, sometimes it might say you don't have enough spirit because, like, for example, I have Clarity 1 in here, right? Which is just using 10 spirit. Imagine I had, like, Clarity 3 in here, or 2, and it was using more spirit, and it would just tell me on here, it would just say, not enough spirit. It would still only say I need 30 spirit right here, and I might be confused. It would be because the supporting gem is increasing the spirit cost, and it's not listed when I hover over my main gem. So make sure you check the supports on your gems, too, to make sure that you don't have anything adding spirit in the future. I know that wasn't your current issue, but just to be aware that that can happen. Lasergician, sorry, you asked this a while ago, but how to avoid gear cascade, where you upgrade one piece of gear, but now you have to, like, upgrade every other piece of gear that you have. Easiest way is just try to match the rolls if you can, right? Like, so if I was going to upgrade my Jade Amulet, I would want to make sure, like, say I don't care for armor or spell damage, and I just want to get something else here, like Spirit, which I might want to do at some point, honestly. I would want to make sure I got all resistances, all lightning res, or like the lightning res just as high, and all projectiles. These 3 stats would basically have to stay the same. Granted, if I come over and I look, I'm currently, let's see, that is 16% overcapped on fire res, 16% overcapped on lightning, and 15% overcapped on cold. If I didn't get the 16% all res, I would be fine. So I could take this off, and now you'll note that only my lightning res is down, and that's just because we took off the 35% from that. So long as we do 35% lightning res, we could swap this out for something else. Guys, I might do that right now. Since I'm here, you know. It's for everyone's example, right? So you want to come over here. You want to be like, all right, I need an amulet. I would like it to retain the dex, but if we unequip this and we come look at our skills, we still have enough dex for all of our skills, it looks like. Yep, and then we go to the skill tree just to make sure. We're good on all that. Cool. So we technically don't need that dex, even though it would be nice. So in that case, we're just going to say we want an amulet. We don't care what kind. We want life explicitly, and we want at least 100 if possible. We want level of all projectile skills to 3 minimum. We want lightning res to 35%, we said. And then besides that, we need nothing. Let's just go roll for that and see what we get. 70 Exalt, 1 Chaos, etc., etc. Cool, so now we can be like, alright, 70 max energy shield. That was literally what I was going to look for. Energy shield. We'll do to maximum energy shield. 69, nice. 81, 32 strength would be really nice for us. And an extra 13 spirit. This might be what we go for, right here. It's pretty cheap. It gives us a lot more life than we currently have. A lot more energy shield. Satisfies all the lightning res we need. And to the extra 13 spirit means we can upgrade our clarity to a different support gem. So let's go buy this. Oh, yeah, Canuck. That's so tragic, but also valid. That happens. I do not blame you. But nice. What's nice, too, is attributes are largely interchangeable, right? So if it says, hey, it's going to give me strength, I know we just lost 12 dex, but that's fine because we gained 32 strength. So functionally, if we converted within our skill tree all of our strength to dex, we just got an extra 20 dex more than we had. So we'll come over here, we'll equip our new amulet. We'll go to Doriani and we'll say, hey, Doriani, I don't need strength anymore. I just got 30 of it. Give me more dex, because we just lost some of that. All right, we got any more strength in here? I feel like we should somewhere. Yep, cool. We'll get more dex. Cool, now we got 10 more dex and 12 more strength than we had before. Nice. And we got an increase to our life. Our maximum energy shield went up by like almost 150. Because this gives a base energy shield amount that we then scale with our percentage multipliers. And that's the main way I would say to... Don't worry, guys, please, anyone, please just come in here and sell this stuff. I don't care who it is. Like, look, you could get like 5 Exile off that maybe. You could get like, that's a bunch of armor scrap right there. Someone come scrap that. You know, we got all this stuff in here that could be vendored for anyone. That's a decent chest piece you could take and use. Guys, please. Please. I'm begging you. We need to, like, not have this so full all the time. Like, Voltic hasn't been online to steal all of it. Yeah, Lasergician, exactly. You helped me out now. Greatest, I just read your comment because I scrolled up. You weren't here for the class, and now you want other people's notes? Alright, it's fine, it's fine. We all have life, we all have responsibilities, I understand. Yeah, just talk to your peers and maybe they'll give you some. The class is The class will be recorded, and you can look at it after. Alright, and you know what? We'll just throw this in here for a chaos. That's what I do whenever I have an extra gem that I don't want. Does anyone want that amulet, by the way? +3 to level of all projectiles with 100 max life. Oh shit, I need allocates melting flame. I forgot about that. Okay, melting flames. We need fear, paranoia, paranoia. I know I have the paranoias. I need a fear. Miss Gleeg, where's my paranoia? I forgot the color of it. Do I not have paranoia? Okay, paranoia. Sorry, guys. I know that I'm supposed to be teaching class. Withered Willow. But you guys made me upgrade my gear, right? Right? Finding my... Damn, imagine having to work. I say that only half joking because I know my job is like, you know, people are like, oh man, it's dream job. But I also, as I expressed to people in chat, I spent 14 plus hours straight working yesterday. So it's tiring, guys. I won't lie. It's legitimately tiring. Okay. We are going back to Fire Alpaca. Alright, how can you amplify your build? As we said, use all of your spirit. Please, God. Use all of your spirit. Make sure that you don't have any remaining spirit. If you have like 2 or 3 or 4, that's fine. You can't do anything with that. Don't have like 20 or 30. You need to be using that. Besides that, fill all of your skill gem slots. If you have empty skill gem slots, those could be amplifying what you're doing. Buffs. Debuffs. Right? These could be generators, so getting, you know, generators would be something like getting more infusions. If you're playing an elemental Stormweaver build, you know, a generator is going to be something like Frost or Frostbomb, yeah. Or it might be something like Firebomb or whatever, right? Like if you're doing our Elemental Tempest Stormweaver build, you could use Living Bomb, I think it's called, to get yourself extra fire infusions, which then could generate extra cold and other infusions. Yeah, any skills that can synergize with your base and with your kit, you want to fill it in with. But again, debuffs, we're going to say defensives. Even slows, right? Slowing enemy can be really helpful. That does fall under debuff, but I'm going to list that separately. Any skills. There's literally just don't have empty skill gem slots. If you're going to, then you should be buying more spirit and filling them in with spirit gems, right? There's always something you can do with an extra skill gem slot. They're very valuable. So just make sure that you're not, wasting them. Or, extra supports. This is another one. Extra supports. Right? Now this one, I will drink in just a second. On new skills. This is a weird one. But sometimes there's a support. One sec. like Elemental Discharge, or something like Shock, and you yourself in your kit would like to use it, but it doesn't really work on any of your main abilities because you need them to have the supports that they already have. Use an extra skill purely to get that support on it, you know? Apply Exposure, apply Incision, you know. We have that with this build. I have no reason to be using Spearfield. It literally does 0 damage with this build. But the reason that we're using it is because we want to apply Incision, right? Hits from attacks, support attacks, apply Incision. This gives all of our other attacks a chance to bleed. So even though this skill itself doesn't do anything except for slow enemies, we can use it to make our fire bolts bleed. Like our fire arrows can now bleed because enemies walked through that. Alright? So think about using skills. This is the same as our Poison Burst arrow. We wanted Armor Break. We didn't have any Armor Break because we don't do a lot of physical damage. So we're like, what can we do about that? Well, hey, look at that. We now have an arrow that we can fire quickly that breaks armor for us because we just stacked a bunch of armor demolishing and armor breaking supports into it and built around that. Now that you have amplified your build, though, there's not much more to do besides getting creative. So we'll say, try new things. Try new things. If you want to stick with your build, but it feels like you figured it out, and like the whole thing works, there's no issues, everything's clearing, you're doing great, but you're getting bored because you feel like you can't go any higher, instead of trying to make your build go higher, go horizontal, you know? Go swap out one of your skills for another one. Try, instead of using, you know, Frost Bomb to generate, or like to apply exposure, try Thunderstorm. And use Thunderstorm to shock enemies, and then you can apply the exposure on shock. You know, try out new things to see if they can make your build feel more clean, or maybe more fun in a different way, right? Like, even though I don't really need the backflip for most of my gameplay, it feels really good to use. Alright? Because, like, you know, for this, we can't move for a second after that fires. But you know what we can do? Backflip. We could also technically dodge roll, but the backflip feels cooler. Right? And so, like, sometimes you just gotta add stuff because it feels good. You know, maybe you don't find Poison Burst to be very satisfying, so go try out a different poison skill for breaking armor, you know? Maybe you don't like the way Explosive Spear feels when it goes off. Well, you have Frenzy Charges and you're mainly using it for clear. Go try out Lightning Spear. Go try out the Ice Spear or the Primal Strikes, you know? Something like that. Alright. I think, though, that is going to be the end of this section. There's no quiz today, though, so let's quickly do a Q&A. For anyone that has any extra questions in regards to making your own build and how to do research or how to amplify or improve your builds. Because I can't think of anything else that I would like to add. And then after Q&A, we're going to quickly just make sure everyone's in for the Guild League. Of course, Menerick. Menerick, did you get into the Guild League, or are you not going to be joining us? And Tetsaru, are you also in the Guild League? You are invited. You'd love to join. Tom, what was your username again? Here, let's make sure everyone is here. We've got user not specified. Which of you guys is user not specified? Plexity is a full member, so Plexity gets in for sure. Okay, you're Plexity. Pet that dog. Okay, Zareth, you were user not specified. You've been here long enough. I'll let you in. Who's Snogi? And Zion Drago. I feel like Zion Drago is in the guild, right? No, Zion is not in the guild, but I feel like I know that name. Snogi is a full member, so Snogi's getting in. Snogi was last online 2 weeks ago. Damn. Hell yeah, Simblast. Congrats. Simblast, did you make sure that you're also in? Because we had to redo the, we had to redo it. Anyone who didn't know, we had to redo the Only Flops League. They deleted our old one because I told them we got the wrong time. So... Oh man, guys, there's Twitch drops for Path of Exile 1. I have to stream it then. Oh man. Oh, I need the Twitch drop money. Oh, I really need that Twitch drop money. We gotta get my mom to play Path of Exile, guys. It's important. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Chef is Snogi, so I'll 100% let Chef in. Scarecrow, are you not in still? Sorry, guys, I'm just replying to chat. Yeah, God, I do miss PoE 1 a little bit, guys. I won't lie. But it's happening, like, right around the time... Oh, Zareth, I thought you were here for a while. I didn't realize you just were starting, but that's okay. Well, there's no problem with you joining the guild. There, you're allowed in the guild there, and you can join us for the private league, too, if you desire. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's really bad timing, Fuzzinator, is we have the Guild SSF, and I want to be playing that. But, I think Path of Exile 1 starts on, like, the 20th, right? So that gives me a few days, I hope. I really hope it doesn't start on the 17th. I'll be really sad. Oh, God, it starts on July 16th. Oh, wait, that's GGG Live. Okay, we're good. Oh, thank God. I was so scared, guys. I was so scared. Ugh. Oh, shit. Do we have to stream tomorrow, guys? Oh, Fuzzinator, I thought that, I thought the Path of Exile 1 League was starting tomorrow. I got nervous. When does it come out? Okay, the 24th. We've got so much time! I'll be back for that, I think. Actually, I'll be gone on the 24th, but I will be back on the 25th. So I hope you guys will be patient, and then on the 25th we can come back and do our stream. Yeah, Braun, I realized that, actually. Okay. Great. We're supposed to be on a Q&A. What am I doing in game? Q&A! Anyone have any questions about making your own builds? If no one does, that's totally okay too. Yeah. Uni, I'm glad that you enjoyed it and you've been here the whole time. Shinny, I get that kind of mindset of, like, you know, why builds defense when attack kills them before they get to you. But Path of Exile is a game where you really have to balance both. Because there's so many projectiles, and there's so many, like, mobs, like, just booking at you. And sometimes they'll just, like, be strong enough or tanky enough to get through your stuff. There's stuff like, proximal tangibility and stuff, where you have to have your defenses built almost before you can build offense. Because if you don't have enough defense, then you will eventually die because of the fact that, like, it doesn't matter how fast you kill everything, one projectile is going to just insta-kill you. You know? Or you'll get hit by a projectile, it will flinch you, and then you'll go to start recasting your animation, and that melee mob will charge you down and hit you, and then it's all over after that. You do not have to pay, Equinox. What the heck? Why would anyone have to pay? Yeah, no, Equinox. Here. This is for the Guild SSF, but you can also just join the Discord here. In the description of the YouTube video, there is a Discord. Go ahead and click that. You can join. And then under the channel hashtag guild applications, after you have to select a role. So you need the PoE 2 role. So make sure you get the Path of Exile 2 role. And then there's a guild application section in Path of Exile 2 Discord. After you go and do that, you can wait 3 days and you'll get a full membership. You'll still be excited, invited immediately, but you'll have to wait 3 days to get to go from initiate to member. And then once you're a full member, you can take items out of the guild stash. Let's go back over here. Yeah, you can join the guild. Anyone's free to join the guild. We still have, I think, like 60 or 70 open slots right now. Once we fill up, then we'll start having to be restrictive of, like, oh, hey, if you're not playing, we might remove you, etc., etc. But we'll see. Okay, first question is, you have a Lightning Deadeye, and you're wondering if you need any armor. If you're, yeah, Uni, so typically you're going to have the 3 defensive stats: armor, evasion, and energy shield. And you want to choose one to focus on, or sometimes chew. If you are going evasion, you don't really care about armor that much unless you're also building into armor at like an equal amount. You don't need like a small amount of armor, because armor is only really good if you have a lot of it. So instead what you can do is evasion can get deflection. So start looking into getting deflection on your gear or in your passive tree, and that will give you a very large benefit to your survivability as well. Deflection is basically whenever an attack doesn't hit you, or sorry, whenever you don't evade an attack, you will get hit. And deflection says whenever you're hit, there's a % chance that you'll take roughly a bit less than half damage, or barely more than half damage by default. Braun, unfortunately, there is a max guild slot for the actual guild of 200. But we can have as many people on the private league as possible. We could have 1,000. I don't think we're getting to 1,000 people in the private league. We're a pretty small community still. But that is a method that we can go for. Yep. You need, that is, deflection's very good. Also, get blind. I don't care how you get it. Get blind on an attack, on a skill. There's some passives that give you a % chance to blind on hit. Find a way to blind enemies. Trust me, it is incredibly strong as a defensive tool. If you're doing an evasion or deflection build, it basically makes enemies significantly less likely to hit you, which means that it also makes it so you're more likely to deflect them when they do. Sheesh! Symblast, I believe. Oh, sorry. Someone was asking, Menerick, regarding uniques, you've noticed some people actually create endgame builds around low-level uniques. It feels hard to identify. For example, I've seen an endgame build with a 70 damage spear only, the forked one. Yeah, I mean, builds in the endgame really... Oh, weird. Ah, there it is. I was like, where's my chalk eraser? So if you have a unique, right? Like, let's say you have a unique, and it is level 30 or something, right? 35, right? That means that it's going to have very, very low base damages. Sorry, guys, my chair. I dropped my pen. It's going to have very low base damages. So the ways that you can increase that, you know, low base damage. So what that means is you're going to want to increase that via rings, right? You can increase that via your gloves. Rings, gloves, and let's see, your passives, I think. There's some other means for getting extra base damage on hit as well. But you just need to be increasing your actual base on hit damage way more on a unique like this. You need to be rolling for it on your rings and stuff. But that's another way that you can, Menerick, make low-level uniques work. Similarly, on our monk, we have a low-level armor unique. It's a low-level energy shield body armor. And it's very, very bad. However, we use it because of the fact that it has such a strong effect. So, sometimes, a unique effect is so good if built around. If built around. The stats won't matter. The stats won't matter. You can think of this as an opportunity cost. You are saying, I am willing to lose, 800 energy shield for the fact that my energy shield always recharges at all times. I'm willing to lose, 30% of my damage because I know the spear will make it so that I always crit. Things like that are just kind of built into the game. And you have to choose to use a bad unique because the effect is unique enough that you can specialize around it. Yeah, exactly. Transforming your armor to evasion is sick. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Tetsuya, you kind of can. Um, Runes are a way to get extra resistances and stuff on your armor. Don't forget you can get up to 3 and even 4 rune slots on most uniques and body armors through corruption. Um, you can get what is it? You can upgrade them with the Verisium Forge, and some of them will get increased base stats. You can at the very, very, very highest end, there's Olroth's Legacy, which lets you take one unique's effects and put it into another. So that's kind of crazy. So there's lots of ways that you can make a unique work. Do. All right. Any other pressing questions before we handle Guild SSF stuff? Nice, Aerith. Nice. Divs are so nice to get, especially if you have the loot filter so that they make the awesome sound. Dude, whoever designed the sound effect for Divines, it's so good. Like, I can't get over it. Chef's kiss. Damn, Tetsuya, that is a lot of uniques. Oh, yeah, so different text. Yeah, that's not quite... I'll still answer that. That's, normally, modifiers are this kind of bluish text, right? So it's like plus 100 max life, right? Plus, I don't know, 200 evasion. But sometimes at the very top will be an orange one. It's kind of like this darker oranger yellowish color. And it will be like, plus, I don't know, fucking, what did I get? Like 33 strength. So this orange modifier is known as a fractured modifier, right? So fractured modifiers occur from using a fractured orb, which is an extremely rare and expensive item that you get from clearing cleansed maps. It's worth about 10 to 20 divine right now, I think. My day's going great, Polord. We are still just starting. But fractured mods, they cannot be changed or removed. Cannot be changed or removed. Once you fracture an item with a fracture modifier, it can never go away. So because of that, you have to be careful about fracturing, because if you happen to fracture the wrong mod, you're cooked. It's just like you're stuck with it forever. That's why there's so many like clips of these big streamers. They'll get like 3 really good modifiers, or like 2 really good ones and 1 bad one, and then they'll go to fracture it, and they'll like be like, please, please, and then they'll get the bad modifier fracture it, and they're like, ah, damn it, you know. Now let's assume that we're still like kind of going along with the thing here, and we'll go down to suffixes plus 18% lightning res, right? But I choose lightning, the longest word. And then you might also see something that's like in basically white text that says like plus, 34% cold res, right? And you're like, huh, well, that's weird. Why is that text white? Well, this is known as a crafted modifier. You can only have 1 crafted modifier on an item. Can only have 1. and is added. I'm just not even going to write it. Crafted modifiers occur only whenever a modifier is guaranteed. So in essence, we'll say it always guarantees plus 30% cold resist. Or you'll get like an alloy, remove a modifier to guarantee this other mod. Whenever something guarantees a mod, you can only get one of it because it's a crafted mod. The very last kind of modifier you'll see is going to be green. And it might be something like plus 11 dex and strength. And then usually it will have like kind of this background box around it. I can't really make this brush any more. Yeah. Anyways, this is a desecrated modifier. You can also only have one desecrated mod, but these occur whenever you use the bones on them. Meneric, not a specific build question, but you cannot find the right tab in PoE to check modifier availabilities on specific items. Yeah, Craft of Exile is... I don't know PoE that well. It's kind of a messy layout and it's full of ads, so I don't like using it. But I've been using it more and more. There shouldn't be red modifiers. The only red modifier you should ever see is a corrupted. It will be like red text that says specifically corrupted. And it will appear at the very bottom every time. When you do have a corrupted modifier, though, you can get what's called an enchant, where there will be like a line up here above all your other modifiers, and then there'll be very light blue text, and it'll say like plus, 3% max cold, right? Cold res. And these are called enchants. Enchants can only occur when you corrupt an item, and they are completely random. Like, there's a set amount of them that can roll, but there's a huge variety, and they're kind of just luck. Yes, Night Shift. Okay, to be fair, you can only desecrate an item once, but there is an item called an Omen of the Liege, I think it is, that when you desecrate an item, it desecrates all 6 slots and corrupts the item, so it can never be changed. So it lets you get 6 modifiers desecrated at once, but that's the only other way to get more than one. Yay, Equinox. Yeah, go ahead and go to the... make sure you select your role. And then go Guild Applicants. Yep, I see you right there. Let me go ahead and invite you to the guild. Guild invite, Equinox. Yellow Zareth is in. Bunny Girl Ivy, how are you not in already? I feel like I should have had you in by now. The guild is full. Alright, one sec. I gotta spend $10. Yeah. Guild, Ivy, get Ivy in here. Okay. Cool. I got everyone in. I have to clear out the guild chat real fast. Yep, I sent you an invite to the guild, Equinox. Okay, I just had to make sure Smeagol got in. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Okay. Let's go back one more time. Cool. So, I think we are mostly done with the Q&A here. I'll leave this up because I like this is a handy little screen to have. But we're going back over to the Guild SSF rules and everything else. Is anyone not in the Guild SSF, or did anyone apply Monday that didn't realize that we have to reapply again? Hey, Jet. Nice, 30-day streak. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm excited too. I'm a little bit anxious, but God, I really wanted to get my video done by today, guys. Oh, sorry, that was me just like... It was so much work yesterday, and I barely made a dent. After stream today, in fact, I'm going to take my medication right now, my ADHD meds. Wish me luck, guys. I am going to just die over the next 2 days so I can try and get my video out. Where's my meds? An ADHD person and losing their ADHD meds? Unheard of. Oh, man. And that's fine. Atticus, you're allowed to join and then only play a little bit. But, yeah. It will be going for 40 days. So, you have time to join in if you want. You don't have to right at the start. I found it, guys. Okay. Let's go over one more time the rules and goals. Okay? Big on rules. Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk, guys. Don't be a jerk. Again, this is just so simple. Don't be an asshole. Killer Canuck, they have Canuck. Anyways, they have said there will not be a new league in that time, but there will be an economy reset or two in that time. Probably one, and they said that they might add some new content with it, but nothing major. Excuse me, they won't be doing a new league. The next league will be 1.0. Conic. See, the Nuck part is the part that I'm having trouble with. Yeah, it's like a wipe, except for since it's not a new league, it will be opt-in. So, like, the current league will keep going, and then there will be an optional, hey, if you want to join into the economy reset, like, you know, here's Runes of Aldor 2. But Runes of Aldor will keep going, I believe. Yeah, that's totally fine, Atticus. Well, if you have some spare time later, you can always request to join at any point. And if, like, in a week or two, you're like, hey, I actually got my projects done early, and I have a couple days to play the game. Totally fine for you to join then. Yeah, Meneric, that's a good one. Yeah, they do wipes in this game, sort of. When the game, when a season ends, or when a league ends and a new one starts, all of your current league characters go to a standard server, and they still exist, and you keep all of your items and everything. But most people, I would say 95% players play on the current league. So almost everyone who is on the main server will swap over to, or they'll make a new character for the new league. And you can't bring old characters into it. You can't bring old characters, you can't bring old items. You have to start new if you want to join into that. But it's not like a wipe, because your stuff still exists and you can still play your builds and your characters totally fine. And there is a community for standard too. It's just like a much smaller community. Again, no griefing. We all know there's uniques that screw with your teammates. There's new supports that screw with your teammates. Don't do it. Don't steal large amounts of guild items. You know, there's a reason we lock up the divine so that you guys can't ruin us. But we are, don't just take all the uniques and scrap them to be an asshole. Don't be a jerk. This we don't need to care about. Must be manually invited, it doesn't matter. Guild members get priority. This is a rule, but we have 110 slots, I think, and only about 30 people have joined so far. So I think we're gonna be fine. I think that we'll be okay. Maybe if I get my video out in the next day or two, we can get a large influx of new players. But if not, I think that we'll just have to be doing this. No sexual content, okay? No sexual content. Don't be weird. Don't be weird, guys. We are not an 18 and up community. Even if we were, it would be weird. I know the game is rated M, but we all know none of us obeyed that rule when we were growing up. The new season, so the new actual season Equinox will be probably in the next month or two for like an economy reset, but 1.0 won't be until the end of the year. No politics, just keep it out of the main server, keep it out of the chat. We just don't want Discord, because then people end up being jerks to each other, and we don't want any jerks. And no hate speech. This one is very important. I said this at the start of the stream. If I catch you guys making like racist remarks or whatever, it might be an instant like get out, I don't need anyone being like hateful or hurtful. This goes beyond being a jerk. This goes into actually just like hurting other people. And that's not okay. So no hate speech, and we're chilling. Goals for the event. We will be having goals over the next month that as a community we will be reporting in on and trying to complete together. We'll consider being rude to elves. Elves, they might deserve it. No, Grantil. Yeah. Polord, go to the Discord, which is linked in the description. Accept the rules, accept a role for Path of Exile 2, and then you can apply under the guild applications channel. Anyone's allowed into the guild. Anyone in the guild is allowed into the guild SSF. I'm going to put quotes around the first S because it's not solo self-found. Guys, in case anyone was wondering, if the game prompts you to make a solo self-found character, don't. This is not actually solo self-found. We are playing together as a group economy. This is like group Iron Man, okay? Okay, sounds good, Polord. And I will send you an invite as soon as I'm done with this. So, our goals. First goal, we want 50 of us to complete the campaign. Currently, there's only 30 of us in the thing. So, get your friends. Get other people into the guild. We need another 20 players to complete the campaign. Again, we have a month to do this, so I'm hoping that we have like 40 to 80 people normally join the chat anyways, so you will have to make a new character, Equinox, in the SSF League. Unfortunately, it just, it's a new league, so the economy is a full reset. No, Iron Man does not mean, it's not a hardcore Iron Man. There's a difference of Iron Man and hardcore Iron Man. At least within the games that I've always played. Iron Man just means that you are self-sufficient, basically, and that you do everything on your own. So Group Iron Man is just, you are a closed group who does everything together. We want 20 of our players to complete the Arbiter of Divinity. By the end of the league, we want to escort at least 20 different people to all get Arbiter of Divinity kills. We want 25 of us to get Ascension 4, if possible. That is going to mean, you know, a bunch of us are going to have to help each other to make sure. This one will be annoying, but we need 100 Trial Master kills. We'll start documenting every single time we kill that asshole. Mage Blood or Headhunter Found. This is a kind of a joke goal, but also like, if one person in the entire guild manages to find a single Mage Blood or Headhunter, that would be huge. 10 of each Pinnacle boss defeated. So that means not for each of us individually, but like as a group, we need to get 10 Tonmazu kills, 10 kills on the Bodak or whatever it's called, 10 kills on the Big Spider, 10 kills on maybe Arbiter of Ash. Yeah. We're just going to try and get every single Pinnacle boss dead 10 times as a community. We're going to try to collect 1,000 Divines as a guild. No, not even using them. We just need 1,000 by the end. And this is the final long-term goal, is that one player in our community is able to martyr at the end. Maybe we'll make it like a celebratory, like at the very end, on the last day, we have them go and martyr. If we're able to accomplish that goal. This means we need one person in the guild to reach level 100, which is a task I have never accomplished before. So, you know, it might mean a bunch of us go and juice up maps together and support that person and funnel them XP as best we can. You know, we giga juice maps non-stop to try and get that person up to 100 over the course of a week. Etc., etc. Besides that, I think that we are good. We should be able to start. Oh yeah, we should probably go over the start time. Starts at 2 p.m. PDT. 2 p.m. PDT. Grendel, I'm sorry. We changed the timing. Speaking of which, Grendel, make sure that you reapply. They deleted our previous one. Only Flops got killed. No, it's too late for you. PDT makes more sense to me. Anyways, Grendel, go ahead and reapply to Only Flops, the private server. We had to reset it because they deleted our previous one after I told them, hey, we did the wrong timing. Is there any way you can change that? And they went, no, but we can delete it for you. So we did. And they didn't wait to ask me. They just said, hey, sorry, we can't change the timing. So we've gone ahead and deleted it and refunded everyone. Equinox, the SSF doesn't start for 2 more days. So you can't make a character on it yet. We will be spending the first couple of hours of the Guild SSF making sure everyone gets in alright. PoE Lord, you won't have to make the character now. You will have to make them on Friday, when it starts. Grendel, you will get, if you donated any currency, you'll get all of it back. And if you are talking about the time, it will be 10 p.m. your time that we will start. Polord, if you applied to the guild, let me go ahead and invite you to the guild real fast. Guild. We'll go ahead and guild invite Lara. We're going to go ahead and invite SSP PoE. There we go. You two are now invited in. Kimberly and PoE. I'm going to save that under the register list. Nice. And now you guys can make applications under the Guild SSF applications channel. Oh my god. I'm a fool. I forgot to give everyone guild member tags. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta go through and manually add everyone their guild member tags. I'm gonna kill myself, chat. Oh, I added like 10 people to the guild and forgot to give them the tag. Oh, God. Okay. Anyone who has just applied to the guild, please go to the guild application section and let me know that you don't have the member tag. I am a fool. I am a foolish, foolish fool. Kimberly, I will give you the guild member tag.
Pet that dog. Pet that dog.
Pet that dog. Pet that dog. So the Guild SSF is going to be starting in a couple days. It's basically, if you've heard of Group Iron Man and RuneScape, we're going to be doing a Group Iron Man. It is a private league. People in the guild are invited to come join, and we will be setting community goals together and trying to accomplish playing the game together. But basically, no items will exist in the entire server except for things that we find. So if you want a specific unique and no one on the server has found it, Ice Kaveen, the amount of admin here. Illa. Oh, there you are, Meneric. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's fine, Atticus. God. I can't believe. Thank you guys who don't have guild member tags. There you go. Poe, I did send you an invite to the guild already. And Kimberly, you now also have one. Ivy, you should also have one now. Polord, you can. If you want to literally just ask for help. Hi, Nikki. What is up, Nikki Foxy? You missed the entire class. You missed all of our class today. I can't believe you. And you're new to this community and you just didn't show up for class. I see how it is. Oh, hello, Rubano! Rubano, if you applied to the Guild SSF yesterday or day before, make sure you reapply. We accidentally screwed it up. I can't believe how many people I messed up on giving the guild tag to, guys. I'm such a fool. Oh, okay, that's fine. You've been doing thingies. How dare you? What thingies have you been doing? More important than class with Floppy? Professor Flop? Yes. Rengekage. Uh, if you are in the guilds now, and I gave you the tag properly, there's a channel that you should now have access to called Guild SSF Applications. Go ahead and type your character name in there, or your account name, and then I will allow you to have the link to go to apply to be in. And then you will just apply to enter to the Guild SSF. And on Friday, when you go to make a new character, when you go to the character select, here, we'll go back. You'll hit create a character. It will ask you this, whatever. You'll choose a character. But then right here, under the drop down, there should be a new one that will be called Only Flops. And basically, you'll join the Only Flops server here. And you won't have to make it an SSF character. You'll just make it an Only Flops character. And then you'll just, type your name and whatever. And it should just allow you to join in that way. Hello, Meta Boy. Okay. Both of you two who just applied, I'm going to just immediately throw you into that. Guild SSF players. Members. There was someone else. Who was it that I told had to wait the other day? They gave me a thumbs up. Bobbit the Hobbit. I'm gonna give Bobbit the role that they need. There we go. Equinox, you don't have a tag. Can you go to Guild Applications and say you don't have a tag? In the Discord, and then I can give you the Discord tag. Anyone who doesn't have the Guild members tag, please just go to the Discord, go to Guild Applications and say, I don't have the tag. I'm a fool who forgot the important step of giving the tag to people. Donklin, you should have the tag. Ivy has the tag. Bobbit has a tag. I'm just checking to make sure we're not missing any essentials right now. Okay, cool. Poor impulse control. Yep, that's me. There you go, Equinox. And now you can go to the Guild SSF applications and leave your account name in there. Same with you, Silver. I went ahead and gave you that. So go to Guild SSF applications and make sure that you put your account name in there just like what you just did there. I'll still give you the ability to go click the link, both of you, but it's way easier if you give me your account name in that other channel. That way I am able to properly see who's in where. Rubano, a whole month of flopping as well. Damn, Rubano. Okay, so let's see. We've got Jet, Rubano, Vemi. Who else has been here for like a whole month straight? I feel like Anna was, but I feel like maybe Anna lost the streak because I had such a short stream the other day. Okay, guys. Do. Do. How to join. We'll leave this up for a minute while I'm drinking. Alias, hello. Equinox, I try to keep my eyes out, okay? Okay, Silver and Equinox, both of you guys can go to click on the link under Guild SSF link, and you just log into the website and hit apply. Let's see, how many of you all are here now? Cool, we see Reed of Glass. Who is Mr. Shimon-sama? Who is that? Alias. Here are the steps to join. Join the Discord. Join the guild under guild applications. Wait 3 days for full membership. This part isn't as necessary right now. We're just trying to get people in. Request access to the league in the hashtag Guild SSF applications channel after you get guild membership. And then you just go to the league and you apply. Alright, Unknown, have a good one. Grendel, again, were you going to do the healer build, or are you going to do a damage buff support? Because I'm not sure how well the healer build will buff damage, but I know for a fact I know the mercenary build goes crazy on buffing damage. The good news is that the aura range is bigger than your entire screen, so thankfully that you'll be fine with. Grendel, the support build for Mercenary is already 0 DPS. Like, here, let me show you. This is my Artillery Fire Tactician build. This character literally can't do a tier 1 map. Like, that's how bad his DPS is. However, this build does provide a lot of passive life regen. Like, let's see, if we equip our area, goddamn, this is the other issue with support builds. You need to have a lot of extra skill gems. Now that's armor break, prolonged duration, and magnified area. And then this is going to be running not elemental weakness there. This is such a just rough build. Okay, so you break armor with this skill. You have this slam to further break armor. You put down 3 banners, and it makes everyone fast as fuck and do a crap load of damage. And then you put down this consecrated ground, and between all of those, 760 life regen a second. Just from you passively, like, giving them buffs. And the banners are almost always up, again. Also, resistances, 214% res. Cold res. It also ups their res cap. Yeah, this build is hilarious. You can also provide people with frenzy charges and power charges. You can break armor on enemies. You have passive debuff with blasphemy, which causes enemies to have less elemental res. You can lower the damage of enemies. So, again, very funny build. Very crazy on like the life regen and the resistances it provides. It also gives like 50 or 60% more armor, and it gives a bunch of deflection chance. So, yeah, if we come out here, our armor goes from 477 to 744, so about 50% more armor. And it gives a crap load of evasion, and it gives a lot of deflection. 67% chance to deflect, and we have like no deflection built. So, again, very funny build. Very silly, haha. Hello, priorities! Welcome! It's a fairly active support build in the fact that you have to be keeping up with people, have to be placing banners, trying to break armor where you can. Once you've fully broken armor, you hit them with the Sunder so that they lose more armor. It's somewhat squishy, but because of the fact that you have so many things going on, you're just really hard to kill. But, like, also, look how fucking fast it makes you. And this is, I don't think we have move speed on our boots. I guess we do. But yeah, no, it's hilarious how fast you can make people with this build. Yeah, honestly, same. Also, you wither enemies in your presence, so any allies who deal chaos damage take more chaos. Wither makes it so enemies deal less damage, too, so they all deal 30 to 50% less damage. Again, you curse enemies in your presence, you make enemies more likely to get stunned and elemental ailment. You reduce enemies' armor and magic resist as well with your banners. You make them more likely to get crit. And you give allies 50%, or it's closer to like 70% reduction to their curses. So they basically are not affected by curses while they're on this consecrated ground. And then, honestly, the only reason we have Mace Strike is just so you can hit enemies every once in a while to build up your banners faster. Because they come back faster if you hit enemies. It's such a funny build. Grendel, yeah, it probably will just keep getting harder. I would recommend you go back and get your second ascendancy. It's so easy at this point. You should steamroll it. Oh yeah, priorities. We showed it on stream. It gives 6 times damage to your teammates. It genuinely is a 6 times multiplier to martial weapon damage. And it makes them, again, it gives them 9% res cap. It gives, what is it? It gives 750 life regen a second. It gives a crap load of deflect and armor and evasion. It gives about 50% move speed. In fact, I am curious, how much move speed do we go to? Is move speed tracked here? Movement speed modifier goes from 26% to 80%? Holy shit, that's a 54% increased move speed. What the fuck? It also gives about 40 to 50% increased attack speed, too. Yeah. Oh, Kaladin's in the way of the move speed modifier. But yeah, 80% move speed. Critical hit chance would be on the skill itself. You would click on this, and then it would be like critical hit chance. This does not buff crit chance, but it does. When you put Sniper's Mark on an enemy, it makes them. You can break armor with it. It gives your allies leech against them. It gives your allies the charges instead of you, and it makes them take more crit damage. I feel like there's... Oh yeah, and we also passively, because we're using an Omen Scepter, this is where we give our allies crit chance. We apply critical weakness to enemies, and the critical weakness causes them to be more likely to be crit. That's okay. Well, technically we're starting Friday, but if you aren't able to attend Friday, that's totally fine. Again, it is going for 40 days, so we will be going at it all month. I may have to take a couple days off of the League SSF to do some PoE1 streaming to catch that initial wave of hype. Just because of the fact that, like, you know, it's Twitch drops, you know? I kind of need that money, guys. I'm gonna be real. It's funny because you have to. I run on the Mark too. I run at Series and Patience, which you'll see it makes us sacrifice a bunch of our life when we activate it, right? So anytime we activate the Mark, we hurt our life. But it doesn't really matter because our life regen is so stupidly high in here that it actually just instant regens. And that is with no potion going either. Oh, Menerick, people are more likely to be watching during Twitch drops, so they're more likely to donate subs. And it will help my viewer count a lot. But on top of that, they almost always have a thing where you get 2 gift subs from people during Twitch drops. You also get, what was it? They get a cosmetic. So during last Twitch drops was when I started streaming, and I got, in that month, literally in my first, like, day or two, we got, like, 100 subs. So it was very, very nice for me. And very fun for everyone. Thank you, Braun. I appreciate it. It is an influx of viewers as well. Alright, Atticus. Sounds good. And it'll be kind of a group thing. So if you want to play with anyone else that's playing, or if you want just like to be speed ran through the campaign, I'm sure anyone will be happy to help. Yes, oops, Jen, but if you want to start streaming, you really should start a YouTube channel, is what every single person told me, and what was 100% true. Because then you have fans already ready to go for once you start streaming, versus building a fan base from like just a random YouTuber is kind of hard to do. That was me just being tired. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, if you don't have fans, then no one's going to click on your channel. They're going to be scrolling through, oh, this guy's got 3 viewers, now go check out someone with 100. Grendel, I think that they should have increased XP gain as well, because it increases monster toughness, but I'm not certain. But I am like 60% sure that it increases XP gain as well. Ignore me just spamming flags on the ground. Even without the Consecrated Ground, we're at 500 life regen. The Consecrated Ground just gives like another 250 and makes us mostly immune to curses. Mood, oops, Jan, mood. I'd say I'm shy, but it's more like I'm antisocial in real life. But I like public affirmation. I like social affirmation that I exist and the things I do are valid. So that helps me want to stream. And apparently people think I'm like charming or something, or maybe not charming. What did Grendel say? He said I was likable. No, I think Grendel did call me charming. Metaboy, what could you not... Oh, yeah, we haven't posted the goals to the Discord. Let's post them there. Yeah, exactly. I don't like to be forced to interact with people. I like to be able to interact as much as I want, and that I'm interacting with people because I want to. It's why I kind of struggle to go to, like, family gatherings and stuff. Because it's just, like, that's when, like, everyone's like, alright, you have to be here, and... there may be people you don't know or don't want to be around, but you just have to deal with it. And I'm like, wow, that sucks. Alright, guys. We have 15 days to go on this goal. 115 subs. I need my mom to have to play Path of Exile. So, you all have a goal to... like, do as a community. That's the final goal for the Guild SSF, is get my mom to play Path of Exile. That's the other reason I have to do the Path of Exile 1 stream, guys. I can't miss this opportunity. Alright. I think we're all good. Anyone who has not reapplied to the Guild SSF, please do. Only flops got removed. Now we are only flop Ps. She did agree. She agreed that if we reach 750 subs, she will play Path of Exile 2 on stream for all of you. I got her to agree to about 3 or 4 hours of playing. I would be here to explain stuff. We would make her a little floppy model. And it would be just a wholesome time. And I might get her to do 2 or 3 times, just like, every other weekend she plays for a couple hours. I feel like that's dangerous, Grendel. Alright, guys. I think that's going to conclude our stream for today. We're about the 3.5 hour mark. I don't want these Class of Exile streams to go for too long. Oh, priorities. You don't see the Guild SSF applications page. You're a guild member, right? Priorities, can you go to guild applications and just say if you're already in the guild? I forgot to give a lot of people the tag. Cool, thank you. I'm so sorry to everyone that I forgot to give the tag to. I don't want to ping everyone, but, like, there's a lot of people that didn't get the tag that, like, I can't give the tag to now. I think on Friday I'm going to @ everyone on the Discord and try to make sure that anyone who is wanting to join the Guild SSF is able and has the proper tag. We're going to spend the first 2 hours on Friday before the league launches, just making sure everyone's in. Yes, PoLord, we have a build advice channel on the Discord, or you can just use the PoE2 general channel. And people are almost always happy to help. I try and hop in there and help as well. Yeah, greatest. That would be so funny if my mom started liking the game and was like, oh, so, like, how can I play Path of Exile 2 at home? That would be so exciting. After Mama Sweetie plays Path of Exile, we were talking about getting my stepfather to also play and doing a Papa Sweet stream afterwards. So, like, 900 subs or something, you know? 850? We'll see. We'll see. But I feel like it could be Mom Sui. Well, mile is 2 syllables. Mile Sui. Mile. I guess it's 1 syllable too. Mile Sui. Mile Sui. No? Yeah, I'm Mile Sui. Mile. Yeah, that's 2 syllables. So Mama Sui. Mom Sui is just like not. It doesn't sound the same syllable wise, but it could just be Mom Sui. Mama Sui, Mom Sui. So it's gonna be one of those. Mother Sui. Yes, I do like to call her Mother. I call her and she'd be like, "Oh, hello," and I'm like, "Hello, Mother." Or she'll call me and I'll be like, "Hello, Mother, what's up?" Again, one last time, anyone who is in the Discord who does not have the guild's tag and wants to join the SSF League especially, please go to guild applications and let me know that I forgot to give you the tag. Mother. Well, okay, it's miles, but like miles. But the issue is that miles sui. You have to pause after the S in miles to say the sui part. Miles sui is just really awkward. So miles sui just flows better. So that's why I'm miles sui instead of miles sui. Like, miles sui. If you don't pause, it sounds really weird. Yeah, exactly. There would be a mama flop. There would be a mama floppy that we would probably like either commission or I would get rigged. Maybe give it some hair physics. I think it could be fun. I'll probably give her some glasses too. Because she's got glasses in real life. A bonnet. Well, it'll be something to figure out after we reach 750 subs in the next 15 days. Right, guys? Right? Papa Flop. No, that's why it's like Sui, you know? Mother Sui, Mama Sui, Papa Sui. That's why my partner, they were like their name Sui when we played RuneScape together. I mean, his mates are not welders, so I don't think he has to worry about that. He works at a local like garden. I don't want to like give too much details, but like basically he does agriculture stuff. That's what I'm hoping, Ron. I'm really hoping that we're able to get some hype from PoE1. But I'm gonna have to make a PoE1 video to invite PoE1 players to come and watch the stream. Floppy's a fox. Miles, yeah, Tails Prower is a fox. They are not related, Aura. I just happen to like foxes a lot. I didn't even know that Tails' name was Miles until like 10 years ago. And I've been Miles Sweet for a long time. He's also like, you know, he's not a big one for like that like big masculinity type anyways. Him and the people that he's around and just kind of my area, you know, the masculine culture isn't as strong here, so like it's not like we're in an environment where you can get chewed out for being called Papa or anything, you know? Oh yeah, that could be cool instead of being floppies. Unk. Yeah. All right, guys. Anyways, if anyone has any more build guide questions or anything, or how to make your own build, now is your last chance. Besides that, we are going to probably stop the stream here in a second. Here, we'll remove the. We'll do one more page actually, because I like that. You don't have to force yourself. This will be a VOD, yes. It will be a VOD, and I will try and timestamp it when I have a chance here later tonight. I'm going to get off stream, and I'm probably going to go straight back to working on my videos after I make or go get some food. So, oh god, guys, I'm going to be up until like 5 a.m. again. I'm so... Guys, the video takes so long to make. I always forget how like long my detailed videos take. It's going to be about 32 to 33 minutes long, was about the estimated runtime. Am I correct to stack? Grendel, penetration is really good. We've kind of been over this before, but basically, if an enemy has like 30% fire res, right? And you have 40% pen, it will treat it as if they have 0% resistance, and you'll deal true damage to them, right? However, it does not go negative, right? Penetration can never go negative. What you can do, though, is later on you can get curses. And in fact, you should be able to get curses. So you could do elemental weakness, right? Ellie weakness. Or exposure is another thing that you should consider getting. If you're doing Frostbomb, it applies exposure automatically. But these, if you had them at like, say, 50%, which is not too hard to get, instead of taking it to 0% resist, it would actually take them all the way down to negative 20%, which would give you a damage multiplier. So getting these is better for bigger targets that you need more damage on, but the penetration is really good for general clear, because it just means that you're never going to have to worry about it. You don't have to be applying the debuff or anything. You're just running around and all your attacks are working more consistently. But if you want more damage in total, you want elemental weakness and exposure. Yeah, priorities. That was at the very start. So, when you're starting to make a build, you want to find your base. This is the very first step of every build for me and what I recommend everyone else do. Find a base. A base is a concept or mechanic in the game that your build will center around. So for concept, you have things like aesthetic. If you say, I want to be a poison archer, I want to be a stormmancer, I want to be a death knight, figure that aesthetic out, and then you can base everything else around that aesthetic. If you're less a person that cares about that, pick a weapon type. Then all you have to do is base your build around making sure you're supporting that type of weapon. If you have a weapon type, or if you don't want to pick one specifically at the start, focus on 1 to 2 to 3 skills. And instead, be like, okay, 1 key skill. This is like my monk, how Falling Thunder is my #1 key skill on that build. And everything else in the build revolves around supporting that skill. Or you can pick 2 or 3 skills that synergize with each other. For example, explosive, or grenades plus rapid shot. Rapid shot builds up heat. The grenades use that heat to deal more damage. So pick your skills. You can do this in order, But you don't have to. You can just be like, all right, I am purely picking a skill I want to use. Or a unique. Find a unique that sounds fun, or that seems like it has an interesting passive. Again, this is going to be your base. This is what everything in your build is centered around. So you want to figure it out. You don't have to at the start. At the start, you can just pick a class, pick a weapon, etc. And it's worth noting, your build can change. Your base itself can change over time. If you pick a base and you don't like how it's feeling, just swap the base when you find something that feels better. But typically, this is how you kind of will go about it. And then keystones or other passives. I also didn't list it here, but you can also do ascendancies. Ascendancies can provide a really good base. If you're just like, okay, I don't know what I want to do, but I know that I want to be like an infernalist witch. Then that can provide you with a core to base everything else off of. And then you can look for things, items, and gear that build off of that. Again, then we have page 2, step 2, find synergies with your base. So that's like, okay, if you picked that infernalist, then you're going to look for passives that support your base. Infernalist means you want fire damage, ignite, and spells, right? So that means you now have a direction to look for things to do. Or you could be like, all right, I pick Infernalist. We're going to look for a unique that supports the Infernalist playstyle of casting spells or causing ignites. You maybe look for gear that can give you extra ignite magnitude or extra resistance to fire damage for when you hurt yourself as the Infernalist. Things like that. You want to be building everything around your base that you choose. The base is the most important part. And again, the base doesn't have to be one thing. It can be 2 to 3 skills. It can be a concept. It can be an entire weapon class. Or you can even pick 2 weapons. You don't care about anything else except for you want to use both a crossbow and a 2-handed mace as your offhand. You want to find some synergies with those. That can be your build. That can be your base. And then you just base everything else off of what you chose. Symblask, I still do not have the POB yet for that. I will try to get an export link for you guys. I know people were asking for that. I would love to do a full build guide on it, but if you're just looking for like a 1-to-1 copy or like just to have it for reference, I'll just try and get POV printed for that. I feel like goofily a little bit like, I'm like, man, I don't want people to take my build, but literally I want to make build guides. I guess my bigger fear is that like, what if I want to make a build guide on it and someone takes my build and makes their own build guide on it before me? I would feel sad. I'd feel cheated. Yeah. This just comes from the fact that I've literally had like ideas stolen from me by people, and then they made me sign paperwork to say that I lost the intellectual rights to it. So, I'm very sensitive about that. But I just realized we've had no music for so long and no one has said a thing. I know we're about to end stream, but it's just a little odd when it's so quiet like that. Yeah, exactly. I could just do my own build guide that's better. But then there's like, oh, you just stole my build. Like some guy who just sorry, it looks like he makes decent videos, but he uses a bunch of AI for his video thumbnails and like titles and all this other stuff, and it always rubs me the wrong way. But anyways, he was like, oh, looks like you copied my build to my Stormweaver build, or he's like, looks familiar. And it was like a passive-aggressive comment, like he was implying that I took his build. But like, I'd never seen his channel before, and that just happens. But I don't want people to do that to me if they take my build, but I know that's so silly. If you're in endgame, you don't really need much more than 30 to 40% pen, because most mobs won't ever have that high of resistances, and penetration is more effective the more resistance an enemy has. So, like, if they have 75% resist, and you even have 25% pen, you are doubling the damage that you're dealing. You're going from dealing 25 damage to 50, right? If you did 100. So, because of that, if they only had, let's say, 25% pen, though, you're going from dealing 75 damage to 100, which is only, you know, a 33% increase, which isn't nearly as significant as double. So getting just a bit of pen is really helpful for those high resist monsters, and is less important in general. I would say about 25 to 40% pen should get you through almost everything. It's still a flat damage increase regardless of how much you get, so it's good to have. It's just like, against high-res monsters, it's much better. Yeah, exactly. I feel bad priorities, because it's like, people are, like, sometimes they just don't feel like they can make their own, and they want what in their mind is a high-quality thumbnail. And they do put effort into their content, but it's still, like, it tells me, as someone watching, that they don't have the effort to put in to just make a basic thumbnail that is like they could do in like 30 minutes. And so it makes me feel like they're not going to put effort into the content that they make in general. They're going to shortcut it, or like, you know, maybe they're going to AI generate their builds or whatever. Braun, how do you balance maxing out a single build? Sorry, Braun, you asked this a while ago. How do you max out a single build versus making multiple? I would say make a build, like your main primary build should be one that's really good at making you money. That's why League starters are so good. They're builds that can either clear League content really fast or are able to just farm the crap out of bosses. And then you go and you use that to fund your other builds. But for other builds, it's just kind of like, do something that's very different from your last build so that you're forced to kind of experiment and try out new things. And it will also make them feel a lot more fresh and exciting. But if it's like, oh, you did a Spark build on the Stormweaver, but then you're doing a Spark crit build on Blood Mage, but then you're doing a Spark on-hit crit build on the Druid, you're just going to get bored because you're just doing the same thing. No, actually, Grendel, penetration is less useful during bosses, because during bosses, you want to get elemental weakness and exposure, because bosses will sit still long enough for you to apply these debuffs to them, and they can get into the negatives, which will give you a higher damage increase. Versus penetration is really useful when you're just running through a map and killing regular small mobs, because you don't have to take any time to set it up. It just passively gives you the bonus at all times. Dude, there was this one guy that, like, I saw his channel, and he was streaming Path of Exile, and he had, like, a badly generated AI thumbnail for his channel, and, I don't know why it got recommended to me, and it had, like, 3 arms and stuff. And then one of my friends asked me to see it, and then they went in this chat and they're like, wow, stupid AI thumbnail, dude. And the guy was like, yo, fuck you, kill yourself. He's like, go fuck yourself. If you want to make my thumbnail for free, then sure. But otherwise, I'm going to use this because it's free. And I'm like, bro, you can make your own free thumbnail. It's called just draw it. Like, use some stick figures and really basic photo editing. Like, there's... just like, come on. Guys, I really want to try doing the stick figure thumbnail sometime. I don't know if I want to on my main channel, but I think for the YouTube shorts, it would be really funny. Or not YouTube shorts, the, like the stream highlights. I think doing the stream highlights with, like, stick figure thumbnails would be really funny. Yeah, my issue with AI, I've talked about this quite a few times, and man, the stream just keeps going. But, it's not even that it steals the jobs, though I do hate that it steals the jobs. It's that it devalues the, like, the literal, like, value of their work. Not in a monetary sense, but in a, like, I value this thing, you know? When I see someone who does, like, art, God, this happened just the other day. There was this person that posted a video about how their family member, like, needed help and they needed donations, so they were starting up an art Patreon. And their whole channel was just, like, posts of their art and stuff. But their channel had just come out, like, 2 weeks ago and was already at, like, 20,000 subs. They were posting daily, like, art videos and stuff. And I wanted to appreciate the art, but I had to spend, like, 10 to 20 minutes analyzing their art, watching their, like, draw-alongs to figure out, like, God, is this real art? Are they just scamming people with AI and pretending that they're putting in effort? And it pissed me off, because I think they were real art. And I wasn't pissed at them, but I'm pissed at the fact that, like, because AI exists, I can't just appreciate people for the art they make anymore. Because, like, it's no longer about appreciating, hey, this person did a thing that took effort. It's, they entered in a prompt that took them 10 seconds and now are trying to show it off proudly. And it bugs me so much that I can't just appreciate art for the sake of art. Oh yeah, I mean, oops, Jen, I 100% agree with that. But that's what was it? Untold horrors within my realm of comprehension that I've just always accepted was just the inevitable end state. So, if we have AI surveillance state and everything goes to shit because of that, it's whatever. Oops, Jen, you were thinking of a bard build. It would probably be some kind of banner build. Bell would be good with it. You want to do a build... I mean, are you doing a build because you just want to do bells? Or do you want... and, like, you want it to be sound-themed? Or do you want it to be, like, a bard in the fact that it supports people? Because you could do a support build where you use banners and other means to support people, and then also put down bells so that they can do it. Okay, not support-themed. Yeah, I think that, unfortunately, bard is really the only way. There's the gun. There's the gun that's... I think it's Last Lament. Let me check. Yeah, the Last Lament Desolate Crossbow. This crossbow, you sacrifice life to not use the final bolt, so it can really hurt you. But it has a bunch of leech built into the gun, and if you shoot enough with it, you get Compose Requiem, which makes it so you, like, play a song instead of shooting ammo. And it just shoots out a ton of, like, projectiles, and they all, while you're holding down the trigger, it plays like an orchestra. Denoy, Poison Pathfinder's probably still the best, but it depends on how you want to apply the poison. Poison Pathfinder now has the unfortunate side effect that they deal... their poisons have half the duration, so the only way to make it viable is to apply so many poisons that, like, you can get, like, 8 a second to make up for it. Or you could do, like, 4 a second and then not take any of the, poison passives that, like, give you debuffs for taking more poisons. But basically, you could also go for, instead, a poison build where you just do really big hits and don't apply many poisons, but your poisons themselves do a ton of damage. You could also do, like, a Poison Plague build via Herald of Plague, where enemies, when they die, they'll spread their poisons to nearby enemies. That might work with, like, if you do it with a witch, you could do chaos damage over time increases and other things like that. I don't know. Hunting Horn main. Oh, yeah, no, there's nothing quite like Hunting Horn, besides, you know, just a two-handed mace, but I can't think of anything else quite like Hunting Horn, where you get stronger by meeting conditions like that. 6 people, Grendel, is the party size. Yeah, 1 DPS support, 1 healer, and 2 DPS. You could do that, Grendel, and that would probably be more optimal than doing a 6-man band, but you can technically have up to 6 people. You could even do, like, 1 DPS support, 1 healer support, and then 1 slow-mo support, like a slow-mo-mancer, and that would make it so you guys are basically immortal. But at that point, it's, like, crazy. 2 more divines! Damn, nice. Yeah, in PoE 2 party, you can have... I mean, at least in PoE 1, you can have up to 6. So in PoE 2, I assume it's the same. Yeah, issue would be frame rate and performance, yeah, and lag. Also, it would be kind of hard. The boss health would scale tremendously. They get 600% more health. So your DPS characters would have to be able to compensate. But honestly, the fact that this character alone provides a 600% more damage buff means that it wouldn't be really that hard. This support, by the way, whoever was talking about, I think it was, what's his name? It has an M in it. Crap. Why? Menerik was talking about the spear that, the Bifocurate spear, the one that, Tangletongue, that has a really low base damage but incredibly high crit. This build would go crazy with that because of the fact that it provides people with like 300 base damage to their weapons. Bifurcate. Yeah, it's such a weird word. Bifurcate. Yeah, Tangletongue's crazy. I think we bought a really good Tangletongue because I wanted to use it. Guys, I want to level my Amazon, but it's too late. We have the league starting soon. I guess I could do an Amazon for that league. Maybe that's what I'll do. And then I can get more spear, guys. More spears. Yeah. Sorry for a noob question. How do you parry? You have to wait for an attack and then press parry? No, so no way. The way that parry works is that so long as you're holding down the key for parry. Here, let's quickly swap over this character real fast. Here, I'm gonna just give you a gameplay example real quick. God, I really want to play through the campaign right now, chat, but I need to go edit my video. Oh, it's so hard to resist the urge to just play through the entire campaign again. Yeah, you can hold parry, but, let's see. So, you'll notice I have a parry here. You have to have a buckler to parry. It cannot be a regular shield. So even though I have a regular shield here, A, it's just for aesthetic value, but B, it's because with the shield equipped, I have a much higher cooldown reduction. But anyways, you hold parry, and you'll notice all the enemies that hit me get stunned, but this bar right here fills up. So, if I parry too many times, you'll get knocked over. Now, this happens with a regular shield block, too. Like, let's see if we put shield, ray shield. But you'll notice it feels a lot slower with a regular shield. But it will end up killing you. So, you have to be careful when you're parrying. You take twice as much stun buildup from parrying. The good news is that when you parry, every single enemy that you hit with the parry... Here, let's see if we can get a little pack here. They all get stunned. So, all of them get interrupted when you parry. And then that little red circle that appears on them, that is the parry debuff. If they have the parry debuff, which lasts, I think, 2 seconds by default, the parry debuff makes them take almost double damage by default from attacks. It does not work on spells, but there is a shield that lets you parry spells. Anyways, the other factor of it is if you have, like, disengage, when you disengage, it consumes that parry debuff to cause an explosion and grant you frenzy charges appear. And then finally, with those frenzy charges, if I throw my lightning spear, it chains more lightning and causes explosion. Similarly, my ice spear will cause a chain explosion afterwards. And similarly, the explosive spear will explode in a big-ass star instead of just a regular explosion. So, parrying is very strong, but it's the skill expression of parrying comes from the fact that you have to not over-parry. And what's cool about parrying is you can use parry to interrupt the animation of almost any attack. So you can be in the middle of an attack and then parry out of nowhere. You know, I can be starting a lightning spear and then, oh shit, an enemy's about to hit me. And I parry and get knocked on my ass. Right? But it's like, oh shit, I am throwing a lightning spear, but I need to parry. You can interrupt your attacks with a parry. It also means, though, if you have any attacks that have really long animations where you're locked in, like lightning spear, or, for example, that one, you can just interrupt the animation, versus normally you would have to wait until it was over or dodge roll. But you can just parry on demand whenever you want. It's, I use it a lot on my monk because the siphoning strike, monk quarterstaff skill, does, like, when you successfully cause the explosion, he does like a little twirl on the spot, and you're locked into an animation, and it's awful. But by parrying, you're able to interrupt that animation. Same with backflip. Disengage lets you also interrupt any animation. Yeah, parry is a lot of fun. Amazon's also a lot of fun. If anyone doesn't know how Amazon's exposed wounds works, basically, if anyone's ever played Amazon, we gotta find a monster real fast. Let's go find the monkey. Or I'll just get tripped, and we'll be good. Here, we'll just go... Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. Actual game screen, that way you guys can have the game sounds. And it should be streaming more consistently now. Oh, the shield that I'm using is a unique shield. Ah, son of a... Okay, we have Monkey here now. Let me get in the arena with Monkey. You'll notice that on his health bar, he has a few different sections that are kind of blocked out and darker. So, let's get him into those health bar sections. And now that he's in that, he will take 40% more damage from all sources. So if right now we were to explode him, he takes a ton of damage. Right? And so you can cause enemies to just take enormous nukes of damage if you build up to big damage hits and then hit them during their exposed wounds. I am trying to get more spear wielders, dude. I won't lie, I really want to try the Anoint, where using a basic shield, like, block, because there's one where, like, when you're blocking with a shield, it parries enemies that hit you. And I want to try that so badly. That sounds so cool. Using an actual shield to parry, but it's a hidden Anoint, and then you have to give up your Anoint from your fucking amulet? That sounds so rough, dude. But also, I'm like, maybe it's worth the trade-off to, like, have that stability of not getting knocked over. And also, that means you can use any unique shield to parry, including that new one that gives you a ton of armor and evasion shield for whenever you block with it. Is there a build guide for this one? Oops, Jen. No, but I will be making a build guide on my monk. Probably that's going to either be my next or... It's either going to be my next video or the one following it. Guys, it's so hard to make guides and do Twitch. I understand why everyone's lazy about it, which sucks. God, I really love playing spear builds, especially during the campaign. They're so fun. Like, look at that. Look at that clear, dude. And then that chain lightning, and then the explosions. There's so much cool shit with the sphere.
Reckon I can lie.
Ugh! I can try the stuff with the shield for the SSF if I get a bit of help with the build crafting. Yeah, OopsGen, for sure. It's cool, too, because it means that you can do something like cast on block from Svalin, and, still parry enemies, which is a huge damage increase. Can they send me a message on Discord? You're quite confused with the SSF thing. Yes, you can. That is, totally okay, Equinox. Thanks for asking. 40 days of pain await me. Yeah, that's true, Grendel. What was the name of the shield that lets me parry and spellcast? That is, here, let me type parry, spell. Oh. Parried spell. Parried enemies take more spell damage instead of attack damage. It is Nocturne, the wooden buckler. Very terrible base stats, unfortunately. The evasion rating is 18% on it. But parried enemies take more spell damage instead of attack damage is crazy. Because that means if you parry someone and then you drop a comet on their head, they take double damage from the comet. Honestly, guys, maybe I'm gonna use this on my invoking build, where I, like, invoke a chain of, like, 6 or 7 comets back to back. This could be really funny for that. At least the good news is that Nocturne can be rune mastered, which means that it gets a little bit more evasion rating and a little bit more runic ward. But not much else. It's still pretty bad. You should try to get a Nocturne with an enchant if you can help it. And endgame modifiers, or no, you want equipment filters, at least 2 sockets and a... Oh, come on, really? Okay, well, then you give up the enchant, probably, and you get 2 sockets. 2 sockets is very important. God damn it. And the main reason why it's so important is because of the fact that, one of the augments that you can put into this is a rune that makes your parried debuff 30% more effective, which is very, very good. That is a huge damage increase to all damage you deal. Yeah. It's also why I recommend Nocturne to not be your main hand shield. It should be a switch on your offhand that you quickly swap to, apply the debuff, and then go back to casting on your main. Why are you guys saying 6-7? Did I say 6-7? 6-7! You guys are the worst. Oh, guys, I have to resist playing the game. Okay. Dude, this was the very first use of my, I think this shield looks so good. I think this is the best looking shield in the whole game, by the way. I just wanted to throw that out there, but, like, yeah, like, look at this shit. This shield looks so good. And then we could get, like, a weapon effect, a blood or something. Maybe, mirage weapon effect. Yeah, and then we could have, like, our sand dodge on this. Oh, wait, we have the sand dodge on it. That's sick. Yeah, this is so cool. Honestly, maybe we'll put that mirage weapon set effect onto our monk. That looks pretty good, honestly. Name of... yeah. Oh, it is a hidden anointment. God, the hidden anoints. Hidden anoints Pochu. Oh yeah, I can put my chat back on screen, thank God. Your theory of crafting a build to pair with your partner now that she's in the guild Solifel. She's gonna play Plants Abyssal Lich. Do you know if slam skills can trigger entangles fissures like Molten Fissure? I don't believe so. However, you might want to do a storm build, because then you can do, like, thunderstorms and stuff to overgrow her plants for her. Especially if she doesn't play the game a lot, or just doesn't play these kinds of games a lot, it might be hard for her to remember to constantly be upkeeping thunderstorms. So being able to overgrow her plants for her might be beneficial. For anyone that needs it, here is a list of all of the hidden annoyance that I have seen so far. Stormweaver again, maybe not Stormweaver, Donklin, but Stormweaver wouldn't be terrible, actually. Druid would not be bad for their synergy with some supports and plant growing. You could do some kind of elemental build with them. Also, plants deal largely physical damage. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I was gonna say plants do largely physical damage. Man, I wish I could get my partner to play. And so, like, if you did any kind of armor stripping build, you could get some really good synergy out of that. A tactician. Okay, unironically, hear me out. Tactician build, you build the support, or you build the pinning with all projectiles, and then you run either ballistas or just, like, the banner support. And then you can buff her and her plants. And you can make it so you're constantly pinning and crowd controlling every single enemy on the screen. But anyways, yeah, I want dagger poison builds. I want a dagger parry build. I'm really hopeful that they're going to add a dagger skill or a support to parrying, where it consumes the parry debuff to do, like, 100% more damage with that one hit. And then we could, like, do a thing where it's like, oh, you know, you light stun the enemy. Or daggers or swords could have a thing where light stuns have, like, 100 or 200% increased duration once every, like, 5 seconds. And then whenever you light stun the enemy, you dash behind them. You know, you have a skilled dagger that's like a teleport behind an enemy, or it's like a dodge roll, but you blink to the other side. And then you stab them in the back, and you get, like, quadruple damage on backstab or something. What would that one popular pin-to-win build be good? You know, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but probably. If you're doing a pin build, you'll probably be fine. Pin builds are crazy. No one plays them, but pin builds are genuinely, like, unhinged levels of good. How do hidden annoyance work? Oopsgen, they are just passives on the skill tree that you can't see. There's one right here that gives you, Withered gives 1% reduced damage to monsters that you wither. So that one is really good on a support build, or just making enemies deal less damage. There's another one, there's some on the edges of the screen that you can't see that are like, Elemental Archon never goes away, or has no cooldown, but you get 50% reduced effect. If you can't see them, how do you equip them? Okay, so Anointing is when you use these 3 oils to make an anointment for your equipment on your amulet, usually. And I sent the link in chat. It's that Mobalytics link. And you go and you use the 3 specific oils it tells you to, and you'll get the anointment on your amulet. The whole point of the hidden anoints is that they're really powerful, but the devs don't tell us what they are because they want us to have to figure it out. There's probably some we still don't know about. Unless PoEDB data miners have gotten to it. But the one that I was saying is, it's not Dominion, it's not Desert Scorn. Bastion of Light. Bastion of Light makes you blind to enemies 3 meters in front of you every 0.25 seconds while your shield is raised, and raised shield inflicts parry for 2 seconds on hit. I don't know what it means by on hit, because I don't know if that means that you have to do the smack them with the shield to get it to work, or if it just means that raising your shield automatically parries enemies that hit you. So I can't say for certain, but it also means that you could probably use that thing where while you're holding or channeling your shield block, if enemies hit you, it, like, retaliates. You could probably use that with Bastion of Light as well, since it applies an on-hit via the skill. Alright, guys. I need to end the stream because I don't want the Class of Exile VOD to be too long, otherwise it scares people away. So, if anyone has anything else to ask, feel free. But besides that, we're probably going to be wrapping up here. I need to start working on the video some more, and then I'm also going to have to start to make sure everyone is set up for the league start. Hey, priorities, I know. People keep asking questions. Again, anyone, priorities, Lo-Fi Fox, anyone who wants to join for the league private server, please make sure you go and request again if you haven't already, because they deleted our previous one. So you have to go and re-request if you haven't already. I just accidentally screwed up, or I didn't screw up. Okay, I'm sorry. They screwed up, chat. I was like, hey, we got the wrong time for our thing. Are you able to change it? And they went, no, we can't change it. We deleted it and refunded you. And I was like, wait a second. I didn't ask you to do that. I didn't want that. Come on. Like, I would have just done a 2 a.m. stream and been miserable. Clicked the link for Guild SSF, GSF. It doesn't show you. Wait a second. Guys, did I make sure I update the link in the Discord? I should have. I should have updated the link in the Discord. Let me make sure it's updated. But it should be under Guild SSF link. It is. Yeah, Denoy. And it refunded anyone that has funded. So if you did fund previously and you want to fund again, I appreciate it, because I'm a little struggling with builds, and I will fund it no matter what. But if I didn't have to spend $100, that would be nice. Denoy already did funds, or not Denoy. Braun already did fund like half of it. So yeah, honestly, the 2 a.m. league start would have been fine. I'm normally up at that time anyways. It just would have made it hard for me to do like an 8-hour stream for it. If you send me a build on the server, would you mind checking out quickly and think this could be a good one? Go ahead and post it in the stream chat, live stream chat channel, and I'll click it there. Do. Equinox, accept DM. Do. Yes, Equinox, you can still join. I'll reply to you with the DM as well. But you are still 100% okay to join, even though you have a different time zone. The servers will not be laggy, because the way it works is that it will still, like, go to your server when you're playing. It's just... This fund is only $750? Nice. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, literally, if everyone funded 10, we would be good. You know? You don't have to, and I'll fund anything that's remaining tomorrow. But I appreciate anyone able to help. I think that with this build, I want to try that... What is that sand? There's a unique... Blink. Grant skill blink. I want to try this, chat. I've never tried this before.
Jingle, jingle, pay attention. Dingle, dangle,
Dingle, dingle, dangle. Yeah. I know I'm supposed to be ending stream and all that. Wow, that's really good, actually. I don't care about the low evasion rating. Oops, and thank you. I will drink. Nice. Okay. Well, I'm going to be a bad content creator and go try out this item real fast, because I'm really excited to, like, see how it does. But besides that, I will see all of you in 2 days. Again, we'll be starting the stream at noon my time, which is PDT. 2 hours after the stream starts, the league will start. We will spend the first 2 hours of stream making sure... I have hydrated. I have hydrated twice, I think? But yeah, no, people haven't been hydrating me, and I'm bad at remembering, so it's on you guys. Anyways, we're going to spend the first 2 hours making sure everyone's set up. stream will all start at the same time. Thank you, Donklin. I appreciate it. And then we will have a good time. I'm really excited. Oh, guys, I'm so excited to get to make new characters with a new economy. Woo! I'm just thinking about it, actually. I'm so excited. Okay, anyways, I hope you all have a great rest of your day, and if anyone has any more questions, feel free to ask them in Discord. I will try to... I think I'm going to make a channel in the Discord also for Class of Exile slides in case anyone needs them for the future. But, you know, I hope everyone is free to have a good time. And I hope that many of you show up on Friday. I'm kind of hoping we hit like a high stream cap that day. And I'm thinking that we'll try and make some new stream sub goals, like tiny goals for like, hey, if we get 10 subs, you guys can like screw with me some more or something, you know? You guys like to mess with me. So I will try to have a great time on Friday. In the meantime, League launches at 2 p.m. PST. Yes, it should say on the website, Donklin, that the exact hour. Donate money to destroy my equipment. Yes, you can do that, priorities. Maybe we'll turn on the channel redeem point things again, guys, so that you guys can really screw with me. Alright, anyways, it was great having everyone for today's class. Thank you all for all the questions, and I'm happy to help everyone kind of figure out how things work. I will reply to, I think it was Donklin, about that build, and I'm going to try so hard to get the YouTube video out. Guys, I need to show you guys. I'm so sorry. One last thing. Ugh. I need you guys to understand my pain and suffering. Actually, hold up. I'm gonna make sure that you guys don't see anything you're not supposed to. I don't think I have anything like doxing in here, but I don't want to risk it. Okay, no, we're good. Yeah. Alright, we're good. I just have some random projects that I made over the years. Testing PoE Easy. I should share some of my stupid edits I've made. Bakugo. Let's go, chat. Let's go. But anyways, I wanted to show this off. Start playing when you get home from work on Friday. Awesome, Donklin. That's great. Danklin? Donklin. I don't know. Yeah, and then I think Fuzzinator should be able to join us. He's usually kind of a little bit later to the stream, but he should be on. Okay, so I need you guys to understand, this is what my timeline looks like when I'm working on these videos. So, if any of you have ever done video editing, you understand what this, like, means and looks like, and, like, just how much of a clusterfuck it is. Danklin. Well, Dank. Dank would be like A-H. Daklin. I'm trying to learn to not self-dox, Braun. I still do it. But yeah, no, so, like, this is, like, a mess, as you guys can tell. And then we get to go to, like, stuff like over here, and I think is it this one? I have to do all the floppy animating, and there's all these keyframes. And then, you know, we have all this. You know, blah, blah, blah. And then we have all our adjustment clips, which are always fun. Because in these, I have to go in and manually, like, add all these nodes and private effects and stuff. And all of these are doing different things. We have polygons for, like, outlining stuff. All these individual tiny settings. I have keyframes within here as well. Do. I just, like, I need you guys to understand what we do. I need you all to know why I take so long, okay? It's not because I'm lazy, I swear. I just really like making good quality videos, okay? Yeah, it's funny. It's funny, he says, sighing dramatically. Or like in this one, this clip, in order to get these properly, I had to like go and cut out the individual polygons of the edges and then keyframe their movement so that at the right time they like scroll in. They finish scrolling around here, yeah. So they like actually like come in to the center. It is not like responding because I have the game open as well. It's because I'm lazy. Gilded Cavalier, are you going to be joining us for the Guild SSF? I don't remember if you're in the guild or not, but you've been here long enough that you're also allowed in if you want. Anyways, guys, so yes, this is a glimpse into my madness, if anyone wants to wanted to take a gander at what things are like. Gilded Cavalier, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Why didn't that make a sound? That was weird. Did you guys hear a sound for that one? I didn't. Sometimes you want to clip my vid and post... Oh, there it is. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Clip my vid and post it to for more views to your YouTube. You know, Doc was trying to make me a stream highlights video, but I haven't heard back on him from him since Sunday when he was working on it last, and I don't know how much of it he got done. But I do want to get at least 1 or 2 stream highlights videos out, and maybe just do some... I might chop down our classes of Exile, or Class of Exiles, and put those onto the YouTube. That way people have a more compressed form of them. Or at least make YouTube shorts of them and be like, watch the full VOD here. Kaladin, do you mind walking all over my desk?
Dingle, dingle.
Okay, I gotta close this before Kaladin accidentally presses a button. What are you doing? No, you cannot eat the chip. Come here, you die. Ugh. I killed Kaladin. Okay, Denoy, you're right. We could spook VOD watchers with a 5-hour clip. Okay, I will stop the stream, guys. You're right. Thank you. I understand. All right, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for coming to the class today. I hope everyone had a good time. Kaladin, get off my desk. Mwah. I'll get Kaladin Cam set up for Friday. I'm thinking either it's going to be a bits donation that you guys can turn on the Kaladin Cam for like 5 minutes, or a point redeem where you can turn on the Kaladin Cam. But I'll have to make sure that Kaladin is actually on the bed before you can turn it on. Thank you. I'm thinking if I can get a lot of editing done tonight, and then all day tomorrow, I might be able to make it, like, put it out by tomorrow night or Friday morning. God. Alright, well, wish me luck. I hope you all have a great night, and I will talk to everyone on Friday. Woo! Go ahead and apply to the guild if you haven't. Yeah! Okay. Goodbye, guys.